this dirty lesson sounds evermore, evermore. China's now and Cheddar somewhere.
Hi. Hello, 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 hello. How is everybody doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I have been sick for half the week, and now I'm somewhat not sick, so we're good. I'm chillin'. Brody is famous now. Apparently, I don't know what's happened. I legitimately, like, I thought, okay, here's what I thought. I thought, oh, this video would get a bit of attention, people would start talking about the problem. I didn't realize that it would take, well, first, I didn't realize people wouldn't notice for like 3 or 4 weeks. Secondly, I didn't realize when people did notice, people would notice a lot. So, yeah, I guess people know about the video, people know about the issue, and, hopefully with that being the case, maybe something about the problem can get dealt with, right? Because I'd spoken to Dan, I'd spoken to Luke, and they were like, yeah, so we tried to talk to YouTube. Their YouTube rep wasn't giving the answers. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if their YouTube rep didn't know, because they were just not telling people things. And, yeah. But now that we have Ludwig also who knows about it, apparently a bunch of other big channels know about it as well that I just haven't crossed my path. So I don't know. I don't fucking know. You know what? There is a non-zero chance that Pipkin Pipper says my name, and that sounds kind of funny. I don't know what the fuck's going on though. I genuinely don't know what is going on. Save Sachiko, wait. Oh, okay, yeah, I did save at the right point. Okay, cool. I'm wondering why is YouTube doing this? So, the current theory that makes the most sense, I didn't mention this in the video, but I did pin a comment. In the Ludwig video, Ludwig and Atriarch were talking about where the view reduction was coming from. And it looked as if the majority of the drop was from desktop views. And I don't know how bots are generally treated. Like, I don't know if bots are pretending to be desktop viewers, pretending to be mobile viewers, what they're doing. But yeah, the majority of the drop came from desktop. And if that's where the bots are being classed, that makes sense, right? I could certainly see, oh, YouTube is doing a bot calling, and lower the game volume. I can do that. Give me one moment. Yeah, I could certainly see it be a bot culling. A bot culling makes a lot of sense, because I have noticed there's a lot less. I have noticed there's generally a lot less bots on YouTube. Like, have you noticed in the comment section, there's just been less people, like, less of those, hey, here's a picture where it's a picture of a cat, but it looks like a pussy. Or it's like, oh, here's this weird framing where it looks somewhat sexual, and it's like this tiny little picture. Or it's like, oh, join my Telegram. Like, I've seen way less of these bots. Honestly, I don't think I've seen one on my videos maybe in a couple of weeks. This legitimately could be the explanation that they finally went and did a bot culling and have, like, that's why views are down. And, like, 50% of the platform was bots. I could see that. Could 50% of the platform be bots? Yeah, absolutely. No doubt in my mind that could be the case. Now where was that person? Saw someone dangling from the ceiling of the Central Shopping District. So Central Shopping District is that one there. Let's go there. People of the world potentially gets cooked. NATO article. Yeah, I don't want to talk about what happened today, but all I will say is people celebrating don't know how bad it's about to get. Like that's all I'm gonna say on this. Like anyone who's celebrating right now has no idea how bad the next 2 years are gonna be. Because you've given full justification for it to happen. And I don't know where it's gonna stop. Anyway, Yakuza. John Yakuza. Bonk! Bonk! Oh, apparently I'll get bonked. Fine, that works as well. We can go with that. I did a test on an unlisted video. Doesn't seem to count anymore. Oh, on an unlisted video. Yeah, I'm not sure how unlisted videos work. Unlisted videos have always been... Unlisted videos have always been a little bit weird. Like, there was a period where people were using YouTube as free data storage for videos. And then YouTube was like, no, yeet all of that. We're not doing that. That costs us a lot of fucking money. And we want you to pay for... Is it just called Google Drive? Yeah. How you doing, Pierce? Welcome. We missed you. Were we not here last week? Apparently Qatar was bombed. I didn't even know because I unfollowed you. You know what? I think you're in probably a good position, right? Like not throw some clips out of context. Not Qatar getting bombed, but not following the news of everything happening in the world. You don't need to know every single thing that's happening. It's probably not healthy for you. Can we get up there? How do we save you? How do we save you? Oh, you have to interact with the thing. Okay. Wait. Save the person. Can we get up there then? What? No? How do we save them from falling? Eh? Eh? I don't... Is there like a ladder we can find, maybe? Do we talk to you? Doesn't care? Legitimately doesn't care? Well, I guess you're gonna just fall. Oh, wait, ladder. Can we climb this? We can. Wait, can we always climb that? Oh my god, we can always climb this. What the fuck? Wait, I didn't even know this area was up here. Brody, are you gonna look the secret extra content in Skong? I'm not surprised that there is, but I will absolutely do all of the content. This is one of the nice things about not finishing the game straight away. All of the completionists, all of the data miners, they've worked out how to like get the secret ending for me, so I can just look it up. So, also, apparently there's been like a minor nerf. Apparently, like some relatively easy bosses have been nerfed because people are garbage. Yeah, bug fixes and balancing. I don't know what bug fixes there were. I've not run into any bugs so far, but like some of the bosses don't do double damage now, which... honestly, the double damage wasn't a big deal. I think the reason why double damage was a big deal is because masks are kind of rare. So you don't actually have... When you have double damage, you don't actually get 4 health until you get 7 masks. Because 6 masks is equivalent to 5 masks. So you have to find 8 mask fragments. You have to find bugs. Yes, okay. So, anyway... With double damage, you have to find a total of 8 mask shards to actually have 4 health, which it doesn't feel good, right? I get it. Honestly, what they should have done is given you 3 masks, and everything does 1 damage. So everything is double damage.
こっちも頭数は揃いました。
Regular enemies double damage, bosses double damage, everything double damage. I did see vertical pogo as well. I don't know what the deal with that is. I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like right at the start. I only just beat Lace first try.
監督みたいな感じで采配を振るってほしい。
采配？
ええ、戦況を見て俺たちにどうしたらいいのか。
Yeah, I don't want to know where anything is. I'll find things as I find them. But yeah, I've seen some people. Well, it wasn't vertical. I feel like vertical pogoing was in the trailer. I feel like it was. I could be wrong though. Look, going back and looking at the trailer, I think there were some of the pogos that looked vertical. Wait, isn't this just Wait, isn't this animation literally? Wait, it literally is the minigame. Wait, this is back? Why is this minigame back? And we don't get the Majima construction theme song, sadly. End of the corruption of justice. Clan battles and large-scale fights. Pitting Kiryu and other members of his clan against the evil justice. You are the clan commander. Build your clan. Fulfill the victory conditions. Wipe out the enemies or defeat the boss in order to fulfill the victory conditions. Play in the top left. If you can do it in time, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Whether it's early game. Yeah, that's weird if you get it pretty early game. Deploy your clan. Select clan members and press A to deploy them. This consumes the deployment gauge, so watch the cost of each member. Oh, so it is a bit different. The vertical pogo crest is kind of weird. It might feel good at first, but keep in mind the entire game is made for Hornet. Eventually there might be a puzzle that is worse than vertical pogo. I'm sure the psychos are going to work that out. I have no doubt about that. High cost options and leaders. You can deploy up to 100 soldiers. Soldiers have fairly low combat ability. Okay. Brawlers, gunners, heavies. Yep, okay. Activate a skill when these. Jesus Christ. Yakuza likes to just implement giant, crazy systems and not. and just like throw information at you. Activate a skill when the gauge is full. Okay. If you only deploy one clan member at a time, you'll find yourself on the path to defeat. Give the deployment gauge time to fill up a little. Okay, sure, this should go fine. I guess. Oh, okay, yeah. And then yeah, we'll just send. But it's the tutorial. It probably doesn't even matter. Oh, he's just slowly meandering over. Can we? I guess we'll just go for it. Let's throw you. Yeah. Thank you for the amazing dialogue. Yeah, I've heard Skong several endings are kind of short. I am curious about some of the more late game stuff. Oh my god, they have like no health. Okay. Okay, so the regular guys are actually like super weak. I guess the fighters are super weak. How you doing, Neil? Welcome. course, there's already people 80%ing it. Oh, the game's been out for a week. There's plenty of time to finish the game like 12 times now. I'm not gonna finish it in that time. Do we get a song? Give me a song. I need the equivalent of a Majima Kensetsu. Current 80% is 1 hour. 1 hour 17. Is that glitchless? Or is there not a glitchless category?
ジャスティスを知らねえわけじゃねえよな。何千もの兵隊がいるんだ。勝てる相手じゃねえんだぞ。こっちは上から直々に命令されてんだ。てめえらぶっ潰さねえとやべえんだよ。
No major glitches. Okay, okay. So there's probably accepted movement glitches then. But I assume you can't sequence skip.
少しは運動させろ。それに女を人質取るようなやつは気に食わねえんだ。
ジャスティスなめんじゃねえぞ。てめえら死にさらせ。
Bye. Oh. Nope, fuck you. There. Perfect. Give me a bike. Yes. The bike is the solution to every single problem we have. Bonk, bonk, bonk. No, oi, oi. What the fuck do you think you're doing? That worked. Yeah, that worked for sure.
これでもう後戻りはできねえな。俺は決めたよ。ジャスティスを倒す。
Has never killed. I don't even know where the never killed a man thing came from. Is the never killed a man thing just a joke from what he says in Yakuza 5, 4, whatever it is, where someone's like, I thought you never killed anyone, and Kiryu's like, who told you that? Is that all it's a joke on, or is there something else to it?
だがカムロ町には当時カラーズって呼ばれてる若いギャング連中がいっぱい
Oh my god, we bring back the colors. Okay, sure.
ブルーゼットとかそいつらをまとめた総称がカラーズなんだ。当時カムロ町はカラーズが幅を利かせていて、それに属さない奴らが勝手できる場所じゃなかった。奴らはカラーズ入りして
Sure, you're gonna see some level of spoilers, yeah. I just don't want to see major boss spoilers.
脅して無理やりカラーズ入りさせたりし始めた。俺と岡田はそんなカラーズの連中が許せなかった。
Cause like, let me just bring it up. Cause there is I'll see if I can find the scene. Yakuza Kiryu never kills. Yeah, this. I think it's the Yakuza 4 then. I don't know if this is DMCA. This might be DMCA. I'm gonna. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be DMCA.
だからそいつらに対抗する組織を作ろうと思った。それが
let me just change this thing over there. Okay, then we're good.
ジャスティスってわけさ。まあ今となってはその時のカラーズみたいなクソギャングもどきになっちゃってるけどね。
There were 32-bit CPUs, like there are 32-bit embedded CPUs still being used now, still being produced now. There were 32-bit Chromebooks being sold in 2019 or 2017.
こいつらに手出した以上、カムロ町のジャスティスは黙っちゃいない。多分次は六強人が出てくる。
なんだそれは。
ジャスティスの幹部たちだ。
It has been quite fun,
ジャスティ
yes.
スをもっと強い組織にするために、岡田が腕を買って集めた連中さ。そいつらが入って。
Doesn't the 64-bit release happen, or the only happen in 30? Sorry, don't they drop 32-bit in 2026? I thought they hadn't dropped it yet.
桐生さんと同じってそんな。
六教人。
六教人. Thanks to Brody, I have finally switched from KDE Plamsa to Neri WM.
Hey!
I liked it a lot, although I'm keeping my KDE Plasma as fallback.
That's fair. That's fair. I actually still have Plasma installed. I haven't used it in a while. I don't know why I still have it installed. I just haven't gotten around to getting rid of it. But
の皆さん、お揃いですね。
oh, it's Discount Nishiki again.
今日はちょっとした問題が起きまして。
なんだよ問題ってのは。俺は忙しいんだよ。さっさとしてくれよおい。
メンバーが札にパクられたとか、どうせそんな。
What a hairstyle.
おいおい、そんな理由で集めてたとしたらぶっ飛ばすぞ孔明。
ジョーの件だな。
なぜそれを？
お前が独断でメンバーにジョーを追わせていると聞いた。
おいおい孔明、何勝手なことやってんだ。岡田はジョーをほっとけと言ったはずだ。その命令を無視したってことか。
まあ別にいいんじゃねえか。組織から足を抜けるにはそれなりの代償が。
I don't use scaling.
それはジョーがジャスティスの創設メンバーだからって。
But 1.25 is always going to be kind of
ジャスティス
blurry.
は一応巨大組織だ。締めると
It's
こ
not
は
a
締めねえと
fractional scales are weird.
示しがつかねえだろ。
まあ確かにな。で、ちょっとした問題が起きたってのはなんだよ。
結論から言うと。
The problem with fractional scales is they're not even scales, so you get blur issues. There are ways to address it. But it's kind of an issue with having fractional scales.
ちょっとした問題じゃないな孔明。大失態だ。
ジャスティスの看板に泥を塗りやがってよ。
申し訳ない。
矢野、
あ？
俺は軍資金だ。すまないが尾道へ行ってくれ。
なんだよ、また俺か。まあいいけどよ。その代わり余った金は俺の財布に入れさせてもらうからな。
勝手にしろ。ただし六教人として。
None of these guys are intimidating, by the way. They were just like fucking cosplayers.
たっぷりお仕置きしてやるからな。
いや、しくじったら帰ってくる席なんかねえぞ。それがジャスティスのルールだ。
What is that smile?
分かってんだよ、うるせえな。くだらねえ心配すんなよ、バカ野郎。さーて。
You go hunt people in Tarkov now? Oh god. Yeah, enjoy your Tarkov.
旅行ガイドも買っとくか。
やってくれたな、ジョー。
新しいチームを結成する。
This is technically main
ジ
story
ャスティスは
stuff.
きっと六教人を俺たちの元に仕向けてくるに違いねえ。あいつらに対抗するにはうちもそれなりの人数を集めてチームを作る必要がある。
Oh, you got a 1440p screen.
ジョーさんをリーダーにした新チーム。
Ooh, that's
ジャスティ
awkward.
スよりでかいチームにしましょう。
いや、リーダーは俺じゃない。
じゃあ誰が？
桐生さん、俺たちのリーダーになってもらえないか。
俺が？
ああ、ジャスティスはでかいチームだ。対抗するにはうちもでかい組織にする必要がある。だが俺は
Oh,
管理とか人を束ねることが
2014.
大
Okay.
の
Yeah, there were weird
苦手でね。
resolutions going on then.
そんな
If
俺
People
が
were really obsessed
少
with
なくとも今の俺が上に立
1440p
って
back
も
then, and everyone just kind of went back to 1080. Or just never upgraded.
桐生さんの力がどうしても必要なんだ。頼む。力を貸してくれ。
And no one's using
お前
4K
の
now
気持ちは分か
anyway.
っただが俺には
Does anyone know what percentage of
他にや
Steam
る
is
ことがある。
4K?
俺、男としてけじめをつけたいんだ。
It's probably less than 5%, I would assume.
岡田の目を覚まさせたい。あいつは俺の大切な親友なんだ。道を外しちまったあいつを放っておけないんだよ。
水下親
My
友
PC monitor is 900p. Hey, let's go!
分かったよ。協力してやる。だ
If it
から
works, it
頭を上げ
works.
ろ。
桐生さん、ありがとう。改めてよろしく。よろしくお願いします。
あ、ところでチーム名は何にしま
Oh
しょうか
no.
ね。ジャスティスみたいな英語っぽいのがいいですかね。
チーム名
They are justice. Are we breaking the law?
まずはチーム名を決めるのが普通でしょ。クールな感じがいいっすね。ジャスティスみたいな英語っぽいのがいいっすかね。
Oh no.
そうだな。
Oh no.
そこはリーダーに決めてもらおう。
俺が
はい。桐生さんがリーダーだから、それがわかる感じだとなおいいかもな。
頭文字の K を取って K2016 とか。桐生維新軍。ちょっと古臭いな。
俺の名前が入ってる。
No. Where are we going with this?
気流会。
That's a normal name. That's a totally normal name.
気流会？
なんだなんだ。組織といったら大体組とか会とかだろ。
まあそりゃそうっすけど、なんかヤクザみたいだな。
いや、いいんじゃないか。
Yeah, if you want compatibility, best place to be is biggest group. Yeah, for sure.
絶対にジャスティスを倒す。
What? Let me find out. I actually I want to see what percentage of Steam is 4K. Steam hardware. I can't spell apparently. Hardware survey, August 2025. So, no, it's in this list, isn't it? Okay, 20% is 1440 now. Wow, I did not know it had gone up by that much. I guess a lot of people have been migrating. Interesting. I don't know when that started happening. I guess 1440 is probably really cheap right now, isn't it? It's probably super cheap, and I would imagine a lot of gaming monitors probably are just sold at this resolution now. Of course, 4K, no one gives a shit. No one gives a shit about 1440, 2160. No one cares about 4K, 2160. 21 by 9. No one cares about 4K, 21 by 9. 1600 by 900. Still get some representation here. Oh, look at this. 16 by 10. 16 by 10 gets some representation. And 16 by 10 1440. That's actually kind of neat. I didn't know this many people. Wait, is that more? More people have a 16 by 10 1440 display than people with 4K displays. That's actually kind of fucking crazy. Also, big respect to all of the 16 by 10 enjoyers. That's awesome.
俺たちのホームである尾道や仲間たちを守って岡田の目を覚まさせる。
しゃあ、やってやるぜ。
Yeah!
やれやれ。で、リーダーになるのは分かったが、具体的に俺は何をすればいいんだ。
桐生さんにはこの前の時みたいに戦いの時に采配を振るってほしいんです。それと桐生会をうまくまとめてほしい。
うまくまとめる？
There's no way to reach out to
今はまだ
T2SD?
これからどんどん増えていくと思います。そうなるとただです。
Is there no bug tracker? Surely there has to be a bug tracker.
さえ若い連中の寄せ集めだし、統率が取れなくなるっしょ。桐生さんには年の子を生かしていい感じにチームを組織としてまとめてほしいんだ。
おいおい。丸投げも
Do we get distracted by the clan creator?
多分俺の所属していた組織と似た感じの構成になっちまうぞ。それでもいいのか？
何でもいいっすよ。
At least we don't have 7 side systems to deal with to progress through the side content.
それは企業秘密だ。
3x2 is nice. 3x2 is a really interesting resolution.
そんな感じで桐生さんの会社風にお願いします。出撃やチームの編成をしたいときには俺に声をかけてください。
桐生さん、この前は助けていただいて。
Is it a parody of Supreme?
気にするな。無事でよかったな。
はい。うちの兄たちが無理やり巻き込んでしまったみたいですみません。
ああ、まあ仕方ない。引き受けちまった以上 なんとかするさ。だが若い連中のチーム束ねるなんて初めてだからな。まずは仲間をどう増やすか。
ああ、それならマスターが詳しいかも。マスターは昔ワルだった時におっきなチームのリーダ
Yeah,
ーだ
he
ったん
kind
で
of
す
looked
よ。
like it.
ほう、経験者か。
ほう。
ね、マスター。
幸子、お前
I would never guess this guy was a gang leader.
営業妨害で訴えるぞ。たく。
桐生さんがチームに仲
What am I doing? There.
間を増やしたいけどどうしたらいいかって。
仲間そんなの簡単よ。ガツンと一発殴っちまえばいいんだ。
殴る？
ええ。この辺には生きがっている若い連中ってのがちらほらいるんですよ。田舎の悪いところでね。
It's a normal
そいつら
stream.
は自分が最強だと思い込んで強い。
It's a normal stream.
だから
We love
桐生さん
it.
がバーンとそいつら叩きのめして強さを示せばきっとホイホイついてきますよ。
それはちょっと野蛮すぎるんじゃ。
桐生さん、喧嘩めちゃくちゃ強いでしょ。ある程度喧嘩慣れしてれば戦わなくてもわかる。戦いに飢えてる連中であんたを見て血が騒がないやつはいませんよ。
そうか。自分ではわからんが。
そうですって。現に俺もちょっとね。
マスターやめてくださいよ。
冗談だって。ま、試してみるといいですよ。
When are you moving out of Australia? Honestly, not the worst idea, is it? Onomichi's brimming with bloodthirsty. Holy. Bloodthirsty punks, thugs, and hooligans who will challenge you to a fight if you approach them. If you can successfully put these brutes in their place, they will come to respect Kiryu's power and may just offer to join his clan. Be proactive in asserting your dominance over the city, challenging the strong, and making the Kiryu clan a name to be recognized in the streets. We're supposed to meet at the top of the ropeway. I should head to the station. Or I could not do that, and I could do this instead.
マスターの料理はどれもおすすめで。
Talk to you. Select a mission to begin a clan battle. Customize the organization. Select a strike team. Strengthen your leaders with Kiryu's experience points. These... Okay. First, focus on gaining more members to strengthen the Kiryu clan's influence. Scout them from around town, or make progress in the mission to acquire powerful new leaders. Sub-stories may also lead to new recruits. Leaders need... Oh my god. Customize your organization. Assign roles to leaders in the clan. Assigning roles to leaders in the clan will increase your influence, which raises the deployment gauge. You start with only enough room for 6 leaders, but with when your organization grows, you'll gain room for more. As you expand a leader's command, his abilities will increase by 10%. The more people he leads, the stronger he gets. What? Why? What is this system? Choose which leaders to deploy. You can choose leaders to deploy up to 6 leaders in battle. Okay. The leaders change the team. Okay. Leaders increase their stats by leveling up to a maximum of 99. Go on missions, use Kiryu's XP. If you find a particular battle too difficult, it's probably because your leaders need to grow stronger. Okay. Wait, they actually... Wait, are these missions that are... The game has... The game actually has, like, a daily mission system. What the fuck? Strike team. Hierarchy. Here we go. Here's what we're looking for. So, we don't have any other members right now. I guess let's just send them out like this. It should be fine. Wait, I'm confused. Wait. How do I... Oh, we gotta move out there. Oh. Okay, I was very confused. Wait, was that? I know that voice! I know that voice! Wait, this is the same mission I just did. Maybe sending this guy out by himself wasn't the best of ideas. He seems like he's got it though. I think he's got it by himself though. It doesn't even matter. Sends you up there. Okay, him by himself maybe is not a good idea. But apparently consumer Wi-Fi devices for PCA can't broadcast 802.11 AC, the IEEE. Why do you do this to me? As I've said many a times, networking is not my forte. Anything when it comes to networking, I got no fucking clue. And then we just send the horde at him. I feel like this is gonna be easier than it was in the first game. The first game was pretty bad, like pretty annoying. Oh, so you can direct them by selecting that. Ah. Wait. How was that? This guy, get him! Get him! He's got like one fucking health left. Punch him! Oh my god! So I make my own Wi-Fi network. The hardware, aka not use proper AP, is technically illegal. Oh. Collective Shout, an Australian organization. They're all like, no one gives a shit about them. This is the thing. Like, yes, like they are making progress, but it's like it's not an org that anyone actually gives a shit about outside of Actually, let's do let's do the second mission. For some reason, I don't know why. For some reason, people have been giving them power for way too long. It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Hierarchy. So here's the new guy we just got. So can he go in any of these other points? I see. By the way, does anyone have any idea why the FFmpeg package on Arch repos is still out of date? That is a good fucking question. That is a really good question. Those are technically networking. Oh no! Here's a gun. Okay, so I think what we do... So do they not run forward? Wait, so do they not just go up by the... That's interesting. Okay, they go fucking quick apparently. Holy! I think if we just... I want to get this guy out. If we just hold off on that now. And now we just throw a wall of these guys out. And then we take you, we drop kick you, and it hit the guy I didn't... Okay, that didn't go the way I thought it would. If we just send, if we send a million of guys at him, I think we'll get him. There we go. That's all you need to do. Just fucking wall of guys with knives. Well, Scammers should have told me they have fresh packages. I want my fresh packages. Arch actually has very frequently had problems where they have out-of-date packages. Like, it's actually been a really common problem. I do live stream, yes. Twice a week on this channel, I stream. We'll leave this for now. We'll come back to this later. Because it did say there are guys we can find down the street as well. Plus, it's been a while since we've done some story stuff. Yeah, I usually stream on this channel, but sometimes I do stream Linuxy stuff on the main channel. I've been meaning to remake the what do you call it? The overlay. I've had it for a while, and I was working on something, and then just never got around to doing anything more. And this is a common theme you'll see with me. I very often will start working on something. Why is our weapon invisible? Very often start working on something, and then just stop. And eventually I'll maybe get back to it. Like, you know, upgrading my PC. That's something I need to do at some point. Yeah, shitbox also remains on the shelf. You are right there, yeah. Yeah, I definitely need to mess around with the Chromebook at some point. It is very much on my radar. The problem is I need to turn the radar on. Why the fuck is there a taxi outside of the map? Oh, do the taxis actually... Right, no, that one's not moving. Yeah, why? That one's not moving. I thought it was like a driving taxi. Why is there a taxi outside the map then? Is that maybe a placeholder taxi? Huh. Now it's gone. Right. Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's... Yeah, alright. Why not? Why not? Dragon Engine! My favorite! I love Dragon Engine. It is entirely without bugs. I probably should actually use those points, shouldn't I? Show the new guy the ship box? Okay, let me grab it. Here we have a Chromebook, but not just any Chromebook. This is a Chromebook with an Ivy Bridge CPU. Why do I have this? because it's funny. It's also running Debian. Oh yeah, speaking of Chromebooks, Cosmic just got software rendering. So now there is absolutely no reason. I did make a video, but there are other things I'd like to do. I would like to run, I would like to go and run modern desktops on it and see how it performs. Because it's running XSCE right now. I would like to run, like, GNOME on it or KDE on it and just see what it does. See how good or bad the experience is going to be. Because I really don't know. Let's grab experience upgrades and everything. And... or we could just not afford them, because we are missing... okay, that's fine. A Wayland D, the Surface 2 can run. I think... isn't it the 20... I think it's the 25th that Cosmic's beta is supposed to come out, which is nice. It's nice to see that's actually happening. I was kind of concerned about when it was going to be releasing. That is the wrong button. I thought he'd pull up with a box of faces. No, you gotta learn the Australian lingo. Nope. How did I dodge that? Fuck you. Oh my god, there's a bunch of bikes there. Why did I not see these before? The bike is the ultimate Yakuza weapon. You get a lot of range, you get AoE, and you get shitloads of damage. Oh yeah, last weekend I thought shitbox was lingo for a car. It is, and I applied it to a laptop. Last weekend I started playing what do you call it? Trails in the Sky. Trails in the Sky first chapter. Man, I understand now. I entirely understand now why people like Trails. It makes total sense to me. It is so fun. It is incredibly good. I'm playing with the voice mod. It's absolute peak. Absolute peak. You call my PC a shitbox. Trails in the Sky. Trails in the Sky is peak. Imagine all the people that didn't play Yakuza 3 who are so confused right now. I just noticed that he said the funny word in chat. So I've got the I've got the plugin installed for 7TV and better Twitch TV. It applies to YouTube as well. So when you said Elden Ring in the YouTube chat, even though it doesn't show up like that in the chat overlay because that doesn't apply the plugin, it It does say cock ring in the overlay that I'm seeing. Amazing. So on my screen it says, let me just show you. Let me just show you. I also bought cock ring. I never played a Souls game before, and I'm already totally lost. Oh, that was such a good emote choice.
Kiryu-san, こんなとこまで呼び出しちゃって。
That reminds me of the Lewis Rossman video where he was saying he was repairing someone else's cock ring. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. It's like, no, this is not mine. It's somebody else's. I'm repairing and I'm. He does not want to pay batteries for a new cock ring.
3年前、港だった。彼女、とても悲しそうな顔で。
You joined normal Brody streams where I just say unhinged shit.
大げさだけど、もし飛び降りでもしたらと思って声をかけた。どこから来たのって。話してすぐ、彼女にはどこへも行くあてがないって分かった。
About having this conversation during a conversation about Haruka trying to kill herself.
私もそのままバイバイっていうわけにはいかなくて、宿も決めてないって言うし。
I know what you stream. A lot of people don't. I mentioned it on the main channel, but a lot of people don't see the community thingy, community post.
何か訳ありだったみたいだけど、やっぱり全然悪い子じゃなかった。それで私、彼女にしばらく。
Yeah, I like to keep the gaming stuff separate from the main channel. Just so, like, you know, it doesn't feel crowded, right? Because there's a lot of people who like the Linux stuff who don't give a shit about gaming. There's going to be people that like gaming stuff that don't give a shit about Linux. I've ran into one of them. They do exist, but I didn't want to crowd that channel with putting everything on there. But I do my main channel streams there, so sometimes I'll stream cosmic stuff, for example.
私一人で間に合う小さなお店だけど、どうにもほっとけなくてね。その日から、はるかちゃんはうちで働くことになった。芸能人だったなんて気取りも全然なくて、本当にいい子で。
Oh, that was a live stream repair.
あいつの素性にもすぐ気がついたってわけか。
ええ。
I should at some point be like, this video is brought to you by today's sponsor, me. I have channels outside of this one. Check out the podcast, check out the gaming channel.
でも店に来る町の人たちもみんな気づかないふりしてくれてた。そうしてるうちにはるかちゃんも日に日に笑顔が増えていってね。でもあの日だけは違った。泣いてたんだと思う。私を見るとすぐ無理に笑顔作ってたけど、その時もっと詳しく話を聞くべきだった。彼女がこの町から姿を消したのはその翌日だったから。
多分はるかは。
Speaking of dildo, I should have Q-Dot on the show again at some point. That'd be fun.
それが理由でこの町を離れようと。
ええ、私もそう思う。
それで
Who?
ハルトの父親は
The developer of Buttplug.io.
ごめんなさい。それは私も知らないの。お店にいた時も誰かと付き合っているような素振り見せなかったから。
Ask about Gwent?
でも心当たりはあるの。確証はないけど多分。
本当か。一体誰なんだ。
それは。
おーい。 まさかと思いましたが、やっぱり桐生さんでしたか。
染谷。
Do you have any chance to be on the channel again? We'll see. Probably. No, I know what it is in Witcher 3. I'm confused about the context and why I would ask about Gwent. Yeah, I probably should advertise it more. Okay, there is a story. Okay, sure.
初めて来たんですが、坂ばっかりで疲れますね。田舎は。
そういう意味じゃねえ。どうして登場会の
No, I don't think I do. No, I don't think I mention the streams and the podcast at the end of each video. I probably should. I probably should also, as I said, do a this video is sponsored by me sort of deal.
人間が広島にいるのか。
I've wanted to do it, then I just forget to do it.
そんないきなり喧嘩腰になられても困るんですよね。
Holy flicker.
いわゆる杯交渉ですよ。俺と陽明連合会本家若頭小清水さんとのね。
I see.
何
I see.
おっしゃりたいことはわかります。
Of course Mel asked about
格が合わない
that.
ってんでしょ。確かにただの直系組長でしかない俺と広島のナンバー2とでは釣り合いが取れない。本来なら堂島会長が陽明連合会のクルス会長と直接杯を交わすとこなんですが、あいにく6代目は札に捕まっちまってる。
ならなんでお前が出てくる。
俺はね、4代目。
I still love his tie, by the
今
way.
菅井会長代行から東上会の跡目候補と
I'm not a tie enjoyer, but I would wear that tie.
お前が東上会の跡目だと。
小清水も陽明連合会の
Oh,
跡目です。
Mel's chat asked for it. That explains even more. Yeah.
そういう意味じゃ、俺と小清水が五部で杯交わす。
Yakuza Angry Birds crossover when? That one doesn't exist, but let me show you one that does exist. That's the wrong screen. Here we go. Here's the correct screen. My bad. My bad. This is the correct one? Yeah, this is the correct one. Okay. I know, I should upgrade my system. What a collab! What a collab! You just get Majima and Kiryu liveries on your car. There you go. There you go. Enjoy your initial D arcade.
お気に召さないようですね。
They went to Eurobeat at the end. It was like a mashup.
代わりに杯交わしますか。
It's a relatively new collab actually. I think it's happened like a month ago.
どうも俺たち2人には何か縁があるようですし。
Sega owns Angry Birds now.
こんなとこでばったり会うってのもそうですが、あんたが一緒に連れているのは俺の前の女だ。
Can we have Angry Birds in the next Like a Dragon then?
久しぶりだな、清美。戻ってきてたんだな、国に。お前が消えた後、ずいぶん探したりもしたんだが、まあこうして無事が確認できてよかったよ。おっと、そろそろ宿に戻らねえと。それじゃあ4代目、失礼します。
あいつと何かあったみたいだな。
Has Sega even made a good game recently? Will they publish a lot of games?
俺ははるかのことが聞ければそれでいい。
So
どうやら日を改めた方が
infinite wealth, I guess.
いや、いいんだ。
ありがとう、桐生さん。
I was talking to my oh, more cutscenes. I'll tell you in a second.
一体誰ならその染谷いう男は。
清美ママ言うたら東京に行っとったんじゃろう。言葉もすっかり東京。
Well, it's made by. It's not made by Sega. It's published by Sega.
昔の旦那とか？
踊り、キヨちゃんがバツイチ言うんか。そんなわけあるかい。
なんか根拠でもあるんすか？
当たり前じゃい。清美言うたら踊れ。清純な美女言う意味じゃけんの。
清純な美女だって結婚くらいしますよ。それよりバツイチだといろいろ納得いくじゃないですか。いい年した女性が故郷に一人戻ってきてスナックやってる理由。違う。
ただキヨちゃんみたいな綺麗な子には東京みたいな汚れた都会の空気が合わんかっただけじゃ。
No, she was getting railed.
そういえば赤ん坊の面倒を見るのもうまかったの。ねえ、桐生の兄貴。
え？確かに上手だな。
ひょっとして子供もいるんじゃないですか？
バカだれ。栄養なっちゅんは赤ん坊がおらんでも赤ん坊の世話もうまいもんなんじゃ。踊れら、あんましかまちたれよるとぶち殺すぞ。
まだそうと決まったわけじゃねえだろうが。
If you introduce your girlfriend to your parents, what you're actually saying is this is the girl that I'm fucking right now. If you go to your friends and say, this is me and my partner are trying to have a baby, what you're saying is what you're saying is this is the woman that I'm nutting in every night. Sorry, I just had to include that.
兄貴、そらそうじゃけど落ち着けんわい。相手が極道じゃ言うならなおさらですわ。大変じゃ。いいのじゃねえか。なんならキヨちゃんが。
Has this guy slept in a decade? Dun dun.
それは一体どういうことじゃ。さっきキヨちゃんとスナックにおったらいきなりヤクザが来よってキヨちゃんを車に乗せよったんじゃ。じゃけわしが止めに入ったんじゃがめたく。
No, I said if you introduce your what I said is if you say this is if you now my brain's not working. If you go around and say that me and my partner are trying to have a kid, what you're actually saying is this is the woman I'm nutting in every night. Think about it.
それに殴ってきよってからに。ほしたらキヨちゃん心配せんでええから言うて。ほいでおめおめと逃げてきよったんか。この根性なしが。踊れの腕の一本や二本折られててもキヨちゃんを守ったらんかい。頭、いかんて。怪我人ですけ。
ヤクザってのは陽明連合会か。
Who do you think the best gaming studio is in the year 2025?
若い男じゃった。
That's a tough one. Team Cherry is a good answer. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. But also Sandfall's a pretty good option as well. This thing is a movie with a bonus game. Wait till we play a Kojima game then.
待てナグモ、どこに行くつもりだ。
決まっとる。キヨちゃん助けに行くんじゃ。その染谷いう男は山の上の迎賓館に泊まっとるんでしょう。
登場会をなめるな。お前が言ってどうにかなる相手じゃない。
止めんといてつかさい。こればっかりは兄貴の命令でも聞けませんけ。そうじゃ。 頭だけじゃのうてわしらみんな命張る覚悟あります。清美さんはわしらにとっても大事なお人じゃ。おうよ。
Metal Gear Solid will be the next game we play. Whatever slot finishes first.
染谷は陽明連合会の本家の客人だぞ。そこにお前らが乗り込んでいったら縁故詰めさせられる程度じゃ
Or
済ま
Death
ない。
Stranding. I don't know. I'm happy to go either way.
最悪広瀬一家は取り潰した。親分にも迷惑がかかる。
Hot take. That's a pretty hot take. Kojima is overrated.
じゃったらわしは破門してもらいます。それじゃったらもう広瀬一家とも関係ないですけど、惚れた女一人守れんで何か国道じゃ。
Pecora! Compeco! Thanks, Pecco! Pecora!
呆れるくらいバカな奴らだな。
Thanks, Pecco!
なんとでも言うてつかさんや。ほいでもわしらはいかんといけんのんじゃ。
ああ、バカとは言ってない。
What is a pizza tower?
嫌いとは言っていない。
え？
陽明連合会傘下の広瀬一家が動けば問題になる。だったら組に関係ない俺が行けばいい。違うか？
いや、兄貴が無事強いのは分かっちゃいます。じゃけど、なんぼなんでも。
Everything I've heard about MTS Delta is it is a performance shit show.
さっきから何ごちゃごちゃ話してんだよ。
おやさん、おったんですか？
Which does not surprise me at all. It's another fucking UE5
広瀬一家の
game.
人間だってバレなきゃいいんだろ。
I do not know Pizza Tower, no.
そうですがの。
だったら絶対にバレねえ。いい手がある。
You would have snakes saying Compeco. Yeah, that would be a world.
覆面？
なんか泥棒みたいだな。
おやさん、なんで小川なもん持ってるの？
昔はこれかぶってムカつくやつを殴ってたもんだ。本家のやつとかバンバンな。全然バレなかったよ。
ほいじゃけど、そがなことする人、おやっさんの他に何人もおらんでしょうが。ほとんどバレとったんじゃ。ほいじゃこれ、兄貴の分です。
はあ？いや、俺は必要ないだろうが。
何言ってんすか。桐生の兄貴が広瀬一家に出入りしてることは陽明連合会にも知れてんすから、兄貴の顔が割れたら一緒にいるのが俺らだってバレちゃうじゃないですか。
Enjoy your sleep.
しかし
兄貴、もたもたしとる暇はないですけの。
しょうがねえな。
They won't be able to tell by the clothes you wear that you're wearing every single day.
じゃあ俺はそろそろ戻るからあとはよろしく。
で頭、どういう作戦で行くんすか？
そうじゃのう。
あ、確か迎賓館のパンフレットがあったはずじゃ。ちょっと持ってきますわ。これです。これが迎賓館の見取り図です。
Uh-huh.
迎賓館はもともと石見造船に船を買いに来るお客のために建てられたようですわ。
This place has 6 rooms.
1階はロビー、2階から3階までが客室エリア、4階にレストランと大浴場があります。5階はスイートルーム専用みたいですわ。
Oh, sorry, it's got 7 rooms. Oh. Oh, it's fancy.
広いのう。問題はどこに清美さんがおるかじゃ。
She'll be at the top.
のんびり探してると登場会の連中に捕まっちゃいますよ。
よし、キヨちゃん救出作戦はこうじゃ。
We blow up the
まず
building.
全員で正面玄関から突入。奥の階段に着いたら2階に上がって二手に分かれて
客室をしらみつぶしに探すんじゃ。松永、田頭、雄太は右回り。わしと桐生の兄貴は左回りじゃ。2階におらんかったらそのまま3階へ行き同じように探す。途中でキヨちゃんを見つけたらすぐにわしの電話を鳴らせ。そしたら一斉に正面玄関に戻って車でとんずらじゃ。
Sure. This is gonna go perfectly smooth. Nothing will go wrong. Nothing at all.
血がたぎってきたで。兄貴、準備はええですか？
Sure.
ああ、行こ
う。よっしゃ、キヨちゃん、今行くで。
Right, okay. Oh my god, the cutscenes are still going! Let me punch someone! Tell me they're not just wearing their regular clothes. Okay, they did change. There's somewhat of a brain. We're now playing Payday. Right, so I was talking to my parents the other day. I got reminded by Angry Birds. My mum plays a lot of mobile games, and I am actually kind of impressed by her, because she is explicitly the kind of person who, if a game asks you to pay, she's just like, nope. Immediately nopes out, downloads another game. If she can find a way to like get another like free play of the game, download a similar game, she will do exactly that. Like somehow I didn't even have to train her, and she knows not to spend money in a fucking mobile game. She's been playing a lot of Bejeweled. And some of the later levels in Bejeweled, they get like really luck-based. And I am actually impressed that she hasn't caught herself out spending money on these yet. Look at this fucking look. Yakuza! Up. This way? Yes.
Kashira.
Oh, is that what Pizza Tower is? Oh. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I have heard of this. I've never played it. I've never had any desire to play it. But I probably have seen some art of it or something. I don't think I've ever seen gameplay, now that I think of it. I think I've seen more art of the game than gameplay. I didn't even know how it played.
それじゃあわしらは他の場所回ってみます。
You haven't done an RPCS3. What hardware are you running? Because PS3 emulation's a little rough. Oh, we actually have to break it open. Okay, I see. Let's think. No, okay, we walk slowly with that. Trash can! We'll open the door with this. Oh, apparently, oh, we won't. Can we, punch it? Yeah! Get away! Bonk! I wish I could punch a fucking door open like that. That would be a nothing on this side then. Oh, further down. Okay. I normally like platforms. I should be the target audience. Yeah. Like, what is your current game?
こっちにはいませんでした。キヨちゃん、ここにはおらんかったか。よっしゃ、次行くぞ。
Because I know it was 20XX for a while, or 30XX, something like that. But I don't know what you're currently going through. If you have a game that you're currently going through. Peaceland is basically, what if old Wario Land games were for speed? I see. Bonk and bonk. He's not even fucking doing anything. And now you're gonna die. Oh! Yeah, that worked. Sure, yep. At least we can pick up these items somehow, even though we don't have beast mode anymore. We don't have Mr. Beast mode. I'm very busy. I haven't even purchased... Wow. Do you have a game that you are playing in your spare time, though? Or do you just not have any... Like, really any time? Because I know you generally go with games that are very, very repeatable. It isn't a precision platformer. It's about speed and flashing stuff like Sonic, but it isn't Sonic at all. Just because it relies on speed doesn't mean it's like Sonic. Actually, speaking of speed, what is that game that people were playing? The procedural generation running through a world. The world's collapsing around you. Indie game. I'm blanking on the name. Haste. Yes, Haste. I've been meaning to give that a shot. I've heard kind of mixed things about it. No, it's definitely Haste. Yeah. Meal, I purchased Silk Song twice and I still can't play it. Why are you not able to play it? Haste spin. No time for it, or just some other reason? My PC is so old, it can't run it. What the fuck are you running that Silk Song doesn't run well? Wait, I really want to know what you have in that system. Because I think you are like somehow below Silk Song. What are the Silk Song minimum requirements? Because that's actually impressive. I'm genuinely impressed that someone's struggling to run a 2D side-scroller. Yeah, someone in YouTube chat it does not have minimum requirements for Silk Song. It might as well be a Commodore 64. Minimum... So this is a i3 from... That's an Ivy Bridge i3. This is a well pre-Ryzen CPU. I didn't even have a CPU this old. When was the last time you saw a 560 Ti on a fucking graphics list? My laptop can't even run Minecraft. I played Minecraft on a 2010 laptop. I'm sure you can play it. You might not get 30 FPS, but you can definitely play it. Can we go in here? That would be a no on the going in there. You have a GT720M. Ah, you have an HDMI port. Wait, does it even have HDMI, or is it just just DVI. Oh my god. Holy shit, they're jacked.
Oi, 顔を見せろ。
おい、何してんだこら。
てめえ、舐めるのも大概にしろよ。
This is why I love Yakuza. This is why I love Yakuza. What a stupid segment! Yeah! Did he just defend against that? Oh, so that bathwater is really shallow. Oh my god. Okay, oh my god, yep. Ah! I need to heal, I need to heal! The boys are oiled up. They do look kinda oily, don't they? Okay, you're down. Anarchy! Okay. Jesus. I kind of wish it was as broken as what you got in Yakuza 4. You had like an invulnerability button. Like you could, when you went into heat mode, you would literally just be unkillable. I kind of miss having that right now. Okay. I don't want to see your fucking nutsack. Don't give me an upskirt. Holy dragon engine. Wait. I have broken standards. My favorite games include Celeste, Hollow Knight, and Dead Cells. Those are all great choices. Oh my god. Why is Dragon Engine like this? I need to heal again! And hey, move. Fuck you. If you're here for high quality Yakuza gameplay, you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place.
兄貴、染谷いう男おらんですもん。あん中はまだ見とらんの。
Oh no. What's gonna be in the sauna?
たまらんの。よりによってなんちゅう場所じゃ。もう行けん。じっと失礼します。
おい。
はーい、生き返るわい。あ、なんじゃこりゃ。丸はナグモ。黒い一体何のつもりじゃ。違うで、わしナグモじゃ。なで、バカたれ。もう遅いわ。しもうた。
What a dumbass. What an absolute dumbass.
Kiryu-san じゃないですか。
How did you not see him there?
さすがに今度は偶然ってわけじゃないですよね。つうかその格好熱くありません？
Nah, it's cool. It's a cool day. I need to play the Crash reboot.
女一人のためにこんな無茶やらかすなんてね。噂通りの人で嬉しいですよ。
彼女はどこだと聞いている。答えた方が身のためだ。
なるほど。
It is kind of sad that with the... It is kind of sad that whilst Crash got an actual sequel game, a reboot, a sequel to the reboots, or a sequel to the remakes, it is kind of sad we haven't seen anything for Spyro yet. I would like a traditional Spyro game again. That would be lovely. That would be very lovely. Jesus Christ, he's oiled up.
あいにく俺にその気はありませんよ。
何？
奇襲を受けた時点でこっちの不利ですから、あんたと真っ向からやり合うようなバカはしない。俺はね。
He looks like he's made of plastic right now. You can, I think do you want to know what I think makes him look so off? The faces are incredibly high quality, but the bodies, because they're hardly ever shown, they put like way less effort into it. So it gives this weird, uncanny, shiny look to it.
ただ単に臆病なだけにも聞こえるがな。
早合点しないでください。
Sorry, I keep pausing it. I do have to say, I have a soft spot for Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. I have a soft spot for Spyro Enter the Dragonfly because it is the first game that I ever played. When I was given a PS2 on whatever birthday it was, I had 2 games with it. One was Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. What was the other one called? I always forget the name. I had Spyro Enter the Dragonfly and Mythmaker's Superkart GP. When you look up Mythmaker's Superkart GP, this is the first result you get on Google. Mythmaker's Superkart GP is a terrible game. The third result is the Metacritic reviews, where it has a 0% because nobody has reviewed it. It has a 3.2% user score. There are no critic scores. There is one critic review from IGN. No one knows this game exists. No one I guess this is the Wii version, but no one knows the game exists. No one played the game. It fucking sucks. But Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, that's a video game. It's a very buggy video game. It's a cat! Wait, so Somi is just running through the hotel with his cock out right now. Oh no, he put another towel on, I see. Oh my god, it's another one of these ones. The Yakuza games are never really a great experience with a million people around. These are always like super scuffed like this. Oh my god, this is so messy. Oh my god. Like, as the games progress, they have the ability to do this more, but that doesn't mean they should. Okay. Okay. Yes. At least they have the somewhat decency to... Thank you, Dragon Engine. Somewhat decency to make the little guys have no health. At the very least. If memory serves, this isn't the last time he isn't wearing pants either. Of course, why not? Yeah, it's just a problem of it being a Dragon Engine game. Dragon Engine's a super awkward engine. Like, I think the shift to Dragon Engine makes way more sense with the turn-based games. It's real weird with the real-time combat. I don't know how it works in Judgment, by the way. I know Judgment uses Dragon Engine. I don't know if Judgment is smoother or like better or anything. We're not gonna fight him in a bathrobe this time. No, he's gonna throw it off just so he can look cool. You don't have a back tattoo. You're not cool.
Nani?
Nani?
ヤクザが仇を脅してあぶぐぜにせしめてた時代とは違って今は真っ当なしのぎに手出した方がよっぽど安全で何より儲かる。俺は上からそう教わりました。
炭は脅しのために入れるもんじゃねえ。己の生き方を背中で示すために入れるんだ。
背中に憧れるってやつですか？夢だな。
夢だと。
現実はもっとシビアなんです。結局親が子に求めるのは
Claw was my first ever game. Oh wow.
でしょ？今じゃ入れ墨なんて入れない方がしのぎになるわけですから、これが極道として正しい姿なんですよ。
夢を忘れて金に走るようになったら極道はおしまいだ。
One thing I do really miss is game rentals. And I know Game Pass is a thing nowadays. But the problem with Game Pass is it gives you so much choice. The nice thing about game rentals is you would go to a place, you would rent a game, and you're gonna get the most possible you could get out of that game because you weren't gonna get another game for like another week or so, right? Like, I played so many games at a rental that I had never played before. I think the first time I ever played Jack 2. Yeah, first time I played Jack 2, which was my first Jack game, actually, I played as a rental. I hadn't played Precursor Legacy until I played it at a friend's place a while later.
誰もが憧れるような生き様背負った男がいてこそそいつを担ごうと一つの組織にまとめ
And there's so many throwaway games that I've played. There's like I've never been able to re-find the game. There's this game where you play as a knight or something, and then when you die, you turn into the Grim Reaper. I think that's how it works. And I've never been able to find this game again. I played it as a rental. I have no fucking clue what it was. It was... if I'm recalling the combat correctly, it was kinda DMC-like. Combat-wise, not story-wise. And I have no idea what this game is. All I know is that it was on the PS2.
金こそが人を引きつける最大の魅力ってことになるんでしょう。少なくとも 菅井さんはそう思ってるみたいですよ。まあいいや。女ならこの中に監禁してます。今頃たっぷり可愛がってもらってるんじゃないかな。
安い挑発には乗らねえ。彼女の居場所が分かれば十分だ。さっさと片付けてここを通らせてもらうぜ。
そう簡単に行けばいいですけどね。
Random turn. You know that Charlie, the meme of Charlie shouting, he's pulling his cock out. That sounds familiar. I don't remember the context.
出させてもらいますよ。
行くぜー。What? I don't think anything lives up to the Dojima fight music in Kiwami 2. Like, it's a solid track, but... Get over here! Jesus Christ! There's gonna be... I have some heals left, so it shouldn't be... It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay. But it might be a bit of an issue. What do we have left? Should be fine. One thing I don't like is the enemies can just do grabs and you can't do anything about them. Like, if an enemy grabs you, you're just grabbed. Sucks to suck. What the fuck do you think you're doing fighting Kiryu? Come on. Come on. Oh my god. Dragon Engine fighting's just awkward. I played the game maybe 20 years ago. I have no idea what the fuck the game could be. I've never been able to find anything about it. I've got these vague memories of it. I remember the game was fun, but I don't know if it was good, right? Like, I played it as a kid, and I had no I'd maybe played like fucking 10 games at that point, right? So it may just have a garbage score. We need to heal! Oh my god. Okay, no. Okay. Kick him in the nuts. Come on. I don't like those grabs. Come on. This guy's a lot of fucking health. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, we almost, that could have gone real badly. We had nothing left there. I was joking my PC is Wii U. 2 gigabytes of RAM came with 32 gig storage? Is it a fucking Chromebook?
それに広瀬一家のバカタレも
コシュミス
来ると思うとりました。こちらへ。
桐生さん。
キヨちゃん、無事じゃったか。
ええ。二人ともどうしてここに？
She's totally fine, no problems at all. She's having some dinner.
小清水さん、これは一体どういうことですか？岩見社長。
岩見。俺たちは清美ママを助けに来ただけだ。ここに監禁されてるって話だったが。
監禁？なんならそれ。わしらはこうがわして客人の奥さんをもてなしとっただけじゃ。
おお。
いやー、夕食前のいいエクササイズになりましたよ、4代目。
She doesn't seem happy about being here.
清美はね、俺の前の神さんなん
です。Yeah.
ママがお前の本当なのか？
嘘じゃ、嘘に決まっとる。そんな。
小川な町に染谷さんの奥さんがおったとは驚きじゃったが、これも何かの縁じゃと思ってのお招きしたいわけじゃ。
何か行き違いがあったことは分かりました。ですがこのけじめはつけていただく必要がある。そうですね、小清水さん。
ええ、もちろんですわ。広瀬一家は今日限り陽明連合会を破門。総長の広瀬にはきっちり縁故詰めさせますけ。
待ってください。広瀬のおやさんは何も。
やかましい。染谷さんはの東京から遠路はるばるわしらとの杯に来た大事な客人じゃ。踊れなんぞの縁故で済む話か。
まあまあ、小清水君、せっかくの祝いの席だ。清美さんも怖がっている。些細なことは水に流してやりなさい。
Okay.
会長ですが、
この私が水に流せと言ってるんだがね。聞こえなかったか？
I wonder what this guy's deal is then.
わかりました。
染谷さんも。
I assume that he's fully aware of who Kiryu is, obviously. I'm curious why he doesn't want, because he would know that Kiryu at this point is a civilian. I'm curious about who this is. I just had an idea. I don't like the idea. This is the father of Haruka's kid. This 9,000-year-old dude. There we go.
もともと私が招いた誤解ですから。
あんたは
石見造船会長石見平蔵と申します。
4代目石見会長は石見造船をはじめとする石見グループの長老ですが、もう一つ別のお名前がありましてね。クルスタケル。
クルス。
陽明連合会会長です。クルスタケルはいわゆる都政名なんです。
Okay.
石見造船の会長が陽明連合会の
石見グループの関
What a
連各社が
tie.
今風に言えば陽明連合会のフロント企業ということになりますが、こちらは息子の常雄で石見造船の社長です。
以後お見知りおきを。
俺の名前は
桐生一馬。登場界の4代目でしょう。当然存じ。
Those... What are those frames? I just noticed those. What the fuck are those?
どうも水が入ってしまいましたな。ここは一つ場所を変えませんか。
わかった。
Did you know that every Chromebook is core booted? Did you know that Google is the biggest distributor of core booted laptops in the entire world?
いい眺めでしょう。私はこの海から見た
Also the biggest distributor of Gen 2 devices in the entire world.
それに大事な話をするのに海の上ほどうってつけの場所はありません。
Maximo Ghost to Glory. That very well may be the game. I don't remember the gameplay or how it looked. But I think this might... Like, I just have this idea in my head of what the game was. This very well might be what it was. It was a wait, it was a Capcom game. So you actually don't remember anything, almost nothing? Did we have this discussion at some point in the past? I might have and then just memory hold it. It's possible.
どうかこの小清水と染谷さんが交わす杯の後見人になっていただきたい。
どういうことだ。
ご存知かどうか。陽明連合会はこれまで東上会とも近江連合とも杯を交わさず、極道組織として中立を貫いてきました。それはなぜか。
Maybe it happened?
広島が動けば。
You know what? Let's actually look at gameplay. Oh, no, this is 100% the game. For some reason, I remember the loading screen. Why? I don't know why I remember the loading screen.
What? You're back so soon? All right. What? You're back so soon?
Let's actually have a look at proper gameplay. That sound rings a bell. I'm pretty sure this is the game.
Told me Maximo.
I don't remember this cutscene at all. Let's find actual gameplay.
That. Please drill my contract. As long as you have this, I'll keep you alive.
Oh! Because I only played this game for like 3 days as a kid. So it was one of those things where it's like, I just could never work out what the fuck this game was. I think so. I think we can find like the first proper encounter. You know what's funny? It looks like the platforming actually worked better than DMC. That's the funniest part about it. Let's see what the comments say. I'm curious. I would see what the comments say if the fucking comments loaded. Good job, YouTube. Appreciate it. The first video game I ever played, Maximo walked so Dark Souls could run. No, that would be Kingsfield. Kingsfield did that. Have flashbacks to this as a kid. Another one of my favorites. Yeah, I never owned the game. That's the thing. I had only played it at a Blockbuster or some other rental place.
日本の裏社会の均衡を崩すことになるからです。我々が日本最大の組織近江連合と組めば登場界に勝ち目はなく。
For some reason, the visual in my head was way darker. The visual in my head for some reason was a lot more of like a gritty, dark game. I didn't picture some like cartoony game. But I guess that is just, you know, part of the fact, like part of playing a game 20 fucking years ago. Same with like if I imagine what Spyro Enter the Dragonfly looks like, and I look at gameplay for it now, my idea of that game is so different.
特に我々が登場界と組めば近江連合にとって存亡を脅かす存在となる。だからもし今我々と登場界が杯を進めていると近江連合が知れば彼らは死に物狂い。
And there are games that did age very gracefully, like the Jak and Daxter games.
一つ間違えれば
The Jak series still looks fucking incredible.
日本の裏社会を巻き込む戦争になる。
クルス会長、あんたらはそれが分かっていて、なんでそんな危ねえ杯を進めようとする？
わしらがそこまで話すからには、まず杯の後見人を受けると確約していただきましょうか、桐生さん。
あなたは今の近江連合トップからの信頼が厚い伝説の極道だ。そのあなたが後見人であれば我々の杯が明るみに出ても近江連合はしぶしぶとはいえ飲むでしょう。堂島の竜の名はそれほどまでに力を持っていると私はそう思っています。
なるほど、事情は分かった。
それでお返事は？
No.
断る。
断る。
理由を尋ねても？
今の登場会は6代目の堂島大吾が逮捕されて不在。そのキューバしのぎに代行の菅井が切り盛りしている状態だ。そんな時にこの俺が下手すりゃ戦争になるって杯を無断で交わすのは登場界6代目への裏切り行為でしかない。
なるほど、筋は通ってますな。
ただそうなりますと我々としては染谷さんとの杯を断念しなくてはならない。もしかしたら代わりに近江連合と話をすることになるかもしれませんが。
あはー。
あなたはそれでもよろしいんですか、4代目。
What is the most difficult thing you found recently?
あんたらの勝手だ。俺はもう登場界の人間じゃない。
それはおかしいですね。登場界の人間じゃないとおっしゃるなら 裏切る裏切らないもないでしょう。違いますか？
やめなさい、スネ
A Ben 10 musical edit video on YouTube 16 years ago. There is a like hyper dedicated Ben 10 community.
失礼しました。
Every so often I get recommended videos from them.
いきなり無粋なご相談をしてしまってすいませんでしたな。年を取るとどうも話を急いでしまっていけない。
いや、
それじゃあ食事の続きをするとしましょう。
Like there's a lot of people who desperately want a reboot of Ben 10 that is not like the super kidsy version. They want a darker Ben 10.
の頭が途中で熱いて脱いでしもってせっかくの黒が水の泡じゃ。
なんだナグモお前根性ねえな。
キヨちゃんが
ん
そんな嘘じゃ。
こいつどうしたんだ。
Kiyomi has been railed before.
よし俺が覆面の使い方を教えてやる。高頭お前ちょっとこっち来い。
桐生さん
笑ってんじゃねえてめえ。
ママ、帰らなくていいのか？
桐生さんを待ってたの。はるかちゃんの話結局途中のままだったから。
いや、しかしもういいのか？
私なら大丈夫。突然のことでいろいろびっくりしちゃっただけだから。
そうか。
痛いだろバカ野郎。なあなあ覆面よかったろ。
ちょおやさん空気読んでください。あ気にせずどうぞ。
何やってんだろ。
それでハルト君の父親が誰なのかって話だったと思うけど。
ああ、心当たりがあると言ってたな。
お、
それ本当ですか？
うん。私ね、達川君がハルト君の父親なんじゃないかって思うの。
はあ？
誰なんだ？
俺の幼馴染で一緒におやっさんの杯受けた兄弟分です。
広瀬一家の組員なのか？
いやそれがずいぶん前に組抜けまして。清美さんなんで達川じゃって思うの？
ちょうどはるかちゃんがこの町からいなくなる少し前に達川君うちの近所で誰かと電話をしていて、こう言っていたの。産んでも絶対二人とも幸せになれない。下ろすべきだって。
下ろすって赤ちゃんをですか？
そうでしょうね。
もしかしてそん時の達川の電話の相手がはるかちゃんじゃった言うんで？
もちろんその時は達川君が誰と話してるかわからなかった。だから嫌な話聞いちゃったくらいに思ってたんだけど、でもその後姿を消したはるかちゃんがハルト君を産んでたってことは。
その達川は今どこにいる？
ここを出てく前東京に行ってメジャーになるとかなんとか言ってましたけど。
Wait, I'm playing around with YouTube date filters and playing every video I could find. So I finally found it. The dopamine rush I felt was unwatchable. I was unmatchable. I really love this video. The song was really turned out to be a banger. I also had a difficult time finding a game that I literally knew the title of but couldn't find. The problem was the title. It was called The Farm. Imagine Googling The Farm game. Yeah, you're gonna find... What? Let me guess. Were you finding Farm Simulator or Farmville more often? What was Google giving you instead?
音楽か何かやってたのか？
いやーさっぱり。とにかく東京行ったらビッグになれるとでも思ったんじゃないですか？
Or maybe Stardew Valley.
カムロ町でホストやっとるで。
ホスト？ 高頭、踊りなんでそこあんなこと知っとんねや。
わし あいつと SNS で繋がっとったけど
You fucking slept with my daughter!
東京に行った後もちょくちょく近況報告受け取ったんです。
は？なんで俺に知らせずにお前にだけ教えてんの？マジ意味わかんね
え。田頭、そいつと連絡取れるか？
いやー、それがここ最近全くの音信不通で、メッセージ送っても未読のままなんですわ。多分携帯変えたんじゃないかの。
I will occasionally use I'll occasionally use Jeopardy
ことがわからなくてごめんなさい。
as like a final last thing to check to see if I missed anything.
手がかりがあっただけでも大きな前進だ。カムロ町か。ハルト、もう少しだけ待っててくれよな。
Yeah, this is a very... Yeah, because it was the end of a chapter, that's why.
Kiryuの兄貴、こいつが達川ですわ。
こんな奴とはるかが。
わしにも信じられない話ですわ。じゃが、清美さんの話を考えるとやっぱり。
なんでだよ。はるかちゃんがよりによって達川なんだと。あいつがハルトの父親なのかよ。
I have a feeling maybe he's not the dad and he knows the dad.
気分的に。
なんでじゃ。それでもあのはるかちゃんの子に変わりはなかろうが。
じゃあこれからハルトのおむつ替えは田頭がやるってことで。
なんでそうなるんじゃ。
はるかちゃんはわしらの天使で、確かにハルトはその赤ん坊じゃ。じゃけど
Which one the guys they think is the dad?
わかる気するわ。
でしょ。
やめえ、バカタレども。男と女っちゅうのは理屈じゃないんじゃ。のう、キヨちゃん。
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
お邪魔しますよ、4代目。
そうねや。
踊れ。何しに来よったんじゃ。こんけどぶち殺してるぞ。
南雲くんやめて。
じゃけど清ちゃん。
清美、少し話せるか。
話ならここで。私はもう桐生さんたちに隠し事して迷惑かけるわけにはいかないから。
4代目に。わかったよ。東京に戻る前に一言詫びときたかっただけだ。
Yeah, you sound very serious about the apology. For sure.
それだけだからよ。
あ、ねえ。あの子は元気なの？
あ。
元気だよ。ますますお前に似てきた。会いたきゃいつでも帰ってこい。
Not only was she married, not only has she been nutted in.
桐生さん。
Nagamo in shambles.
改めてだけど、はるかちゃんのことずっと隠しててごめんなさい。もう信用なくしちゃったよね、私。
いや、あんたが謝る必要なんかない。長いことはるかの面倒を見てくれたんだろう。俺があいつに代わって礼を言う立場だ。
そうだ。ねえ桐生の兄貴、そういやはるかちゃんはどうしてるんすか。なんではるかのそばにはるかちゃんがいないんすか。
Dead。
おお、そうじゃ。わしらはるかちゃんを知らんふりしとったけ、今までずっと危険かったけど。
どうしたんじゃ、桐生の兄貴。
I do feel like the father is somehow related to her getting hit.
はるかちゃん、元気でおるんじゃろ。
あいつは カムロ町で事故に遭った。ひき逃げした犯人は今も捕まってない。
え？
ほんの何日間前のことだ。命は助かったが何も話せる
Yeah, she's in a coma right now.
医者にもいつ目が覚めるか分からねえらしい。
なんじゃと？
Have a good one, catch you later.
あいつがその事故に遭った時、ハルトも一緒だった。俺もハルカが子供を産んでいたことをその時まで知らずにいたんだ。
そんな。
分からねえことは山ほどある。だがまず分からなかったのは、なんで事故に遭った時ハルカがカムロ町にいたのかってことだった。
3
年前沖縄を出たあいつがこの町で過ごしていたのは分かった。問題はハルカがここから姿を消した後、なんでカムロ町に向かわなきゃいけなかったのかってことだ。
普通に考えたらカムロ町に行った達川と落ち合うためいうことかの。
そういや達川が組抜けたのってはるかちゃんがいなくなってから結構すぐだったよな。
ほんじゃ達川に聞けば全部わかるっちゅうことか。
達川はカムロ町でホストをやってるんだったな。それだけ分かってりゃ探し終わる。
桐生の兄貴、それじゃこれからカムロ町へ。
Hello, everyone. How you doing, Trial?
東上会と中国マフィアが抗争の真っ最中でな。ハルトを連れて行くには危険すぎる。ママ、悪いがまたハルトのことを頼めるか。
え？私でいいの？
もちろんだ。あんた以上に安心してハルトを託せる相手はいない。
ありがとう、桐生さん。
さあ、ハルト。明日カムロ町に行くが、なるべく早く帰ってくる。今度は達川を連れてな。
うん。
桐生の兄貴。
お？
カムロ町。俺も行きますよ。俺は達川を許せねえんです。あの野郎、いつの間にかはるかちゃんに手出してたのか。とにかく俺はあいつをむちゃくちゃにぶん殴ってやらねえと気が済まね
え。わかった。わしも行く。
頭がなんでじゃ。
このままここにいんのが辛いんだろ多分な。
失恋のショックっちゅうことか。
じゃあ私。
Kiyomi just doesn't even want to address it.
たまには男3人やろうとつるんでカムロ町を歩き回るのもいいか。
桐生の兄貴、明日兄貴のアパートに迎えに行きますから、そっからカムロ町にご一緒しますんで。
ああ、わかった。
Well, we can't go to the drugstore right now, can we? Because it's nighttime and stores here close at nighttime. Because of course they fucking do. Because we're in some rural town where everything fucking closes at night. So I don't think we can stock up before we leave anyway. We could go do more, some more clan creator. That's an option. But we will find out. Is it... Oh. Hello.
ああ何ガン飛ばしてんだこれ
うわこれ
強そうなおっさんじゃねえか
Wait.
その喧嘩買ってやるぜ
Has my health been restored? Oh, thank God. Thank God. I was so worried that we'd still be on fucking nothing. Considering how Dragon Engine operates, I'm kind of curious if there's ways to break out of the map.
あんたの射程にしてください
Ooh, a gunner. Ooh. Yeah, so we cannot buy any drugs right now. That's a touch annoying. I guess we'll just wait until we get back to Commodore Chore. Not a big deal. Just a minor annoyance. Woo! Dodge and weave. Dodge and weave, boys. Dodge and weave. Organization. Hierarchy. Wait, new guy? Wait. Ah, yep, that's the new guy. I assume with the early parts of this, we can probably just completely wing it. Oh, and we can dump our points into it as well. Wait, it costs nothing to level them up. Wait, what? Wait, I actually thought it was gonna cost way more than that. Okay. Well, I guess that's a good way to dump our points into something. Struggles to breathe during light exertion. Early signs of lung cancer. Oh my God, you're actually onto something. Okay. Go after the guys with fucking guns! Okay. Take out the guys with fucking guns! Why does this plan make too much sense and we're not gonna fucking do it? Oh my God. Yes, okay. Thank you for the... Oh my God, okay. Can we please get a heal? Yes, thank you. Okay, send the tanks in. And then we drop kick you all. What a great ability. That clearly worked exactly as intended. Oh, he has a fucking grenade! Yes, okay, I think we're good now. Easy! Not gonna lie, I skipped this completely. To be fair, it didn't cost that many upgrade points. I like the clan creator in, for Majima Construction, so... I assume we can probably power level through a lot of the early stuff. Ooh, new guy. Wait, so could we... If we take you, for example, and then put you there. Oh, so we can make different ones higher tiers. Okay, okay. I see, I see. So if we want, we could make this guy captain. There, and then... Missing any of them? This guy. Bye, I'll catch you later. You gonna play some Bloodborne? Ooh! You know, I think we might be... I think we might be ready to handle this.
やばいっすよ、桐生さん。ジャスティスメンバーが大勢やってきました。
いよいよお出ましになったか。
まだそんなに多くはないはずだ。今のうちに叩いちまおう。
そうっすね。派手にやっちまいましょ
う。よし。
行くぜ。
行くぞ。
もうこんなにメンバーを送り込んできてんのか
I
よ。
do think this one is way more scuffed than Majima Construction.
これも倒せないようじゃ何も始まらない。
知ってはいたけど、やっぱりとんでもない相手っすね。ジャスティスは。
ああ、だが俺たちはそれを倒さなきゃならねえ。相手がどんなに強かろうがな。それが
They're breaking the law, breaking the world. 怖せ。
よく覚えてるな。まあそんなところだ。さて、雑談は終わりだ。お前ら、行くぞ。
おう。うっす。
It's a fun little side tangent to do. Like it's kind of brainless sort of content, but I still enjoy it. Ah, sweet. So now we have basic gunners. And now we'll send you in. Honestly, gunners might be the strat. I don't know. I think we'll send another captain in. Yeah, we just a wall of gunners. I think gunners might be the strat. Wait, what do you do when there's fucking 50 guys after you with a gun? Yeah, okay. They don't do a ton of damage, but when there's so many of them and no one's attacking them. So you basically just put a tank out front and then just a wall of guns. Incredible. Incredible. I assume some of them you gotta like maybe think a little bit more.
ブラボーブラボーついてるね乗ってるね
この声はやっぱり矢野か
久しぶりじゃねえかジョー君よこんな田舎町に出戻りしちゃって哀れなもんだね
なんだこいつは
あんたが桐生とかいうおっさんかどうもどうも俺はジャスティスで敏腕プロデューサーをやっている矢野徹っていうもんだ以後お見知りおきを
何なんだこいつは
ジャスティス6強人の一人矢野徹
So I assume the idea is take out the 6 commanders or 6 lunatics and then you win.
詐欺のスペシャリストとして有名だったところを岡田に引き抜かれたんです今のジャスティスの軽犯罪担当ってとこですね人を騙して裏切って金を取るせこい男ですよ
おいおいおいそりゃねえだろ昔の仲間にえげつないこと言うねそれに俺は敏腕プロデューサーだって言っただろ若い連中に金になる仕事を一生懸命プロデュースしてやってんだぜ
何がプロデューサーだお前のせいで何人牢屋にぶち込まれてると思ってんだ
Oh my god, those shoes. Holy! That takes some energy to wear those.
そんなことはどうでもいい。お前は俺たちを倒しに来たんだろう。
まあまあ、そう焦るなよ。俺も長旅で疲れてんだよ。
The fucking fluorescent is what they are.
それに何気に尾道に来たのは初めてだよ。ラーメンでも食って観光でもしようかと思ってんだよだからお前らを殺すのはもうちょい後にするわちなみに今お前らが倒した奴らなんかほんの小手調べだこれからうちの連中をガンガンつぎ込ませてもらうまあそいつらと遊んでせいぜいヘトヘトになってりゃいいさお前らがへないないになったところ俺はちょちょいと借りて
What I do like about this is well, I think what makes this easier is there's no the fail condition this time is time. In Majima Construction, it was the health to the machinery. So I think this is actually easier than Majima Construction. I don't know.
そんな感じでよろしくな。じゃあまあ、俺が観光終わるまでは生き残ってくれよ。
なんか頭にくるやつですね。本当に強いんすか？
ああ見えて相当な実力者だ。対抗するためにこっちも準備しねえとな。
What's the next one? The Yano army invades. I at least want to take out the first of the 6 lunatics. We'll keep the clan as is. I would like a grenadier, a grenader, a bomb man. Because I remember in Kiwami 2, they were fucking broken. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll send... Now we'll send some of these guys in, just so we have those. And now we'll send our gunmen in. And now we just win. These guys don't even have a chance to, like... We'll pull him back a bit. Wait, is that actually it? Wait, I didn't think it was actually gonna go this easily. Well, I guess it is. And now I guess we just win. I guess we'll send some guns in because why not? For the memes. Wow, that was insanely easy. I feel like this might be easier than Majima Construction. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Stun kick. He's got spinning lariat. Spinning lariat, I generally remember being a better ability. So we'll stick with it. Wait, that wasn't enough to beat him. I guess we gotta do it again. Oh, do another one then. Yeah! Again, same strat of throw a bunch of guns. Or I guess we'll spawn a bunch of tanks. We'll send the tanks in slowly. And then we'll spawn the guns and we'll go from there. Yeah, this is the strat. So we just go like this. Just full send. And then as they're walking, as they're walking in, we'll send our healer in. And there we go. Now we win. It works every time. It works every time. Okay, maybe there's too many of them. I don't know. I don't know. There's just a couple too many. And we'll send the other captains in now. Is this Plants vs. Zombies? Kind of, isn't it? We'll send you in with your spinning lariat. And we'll just send 1,000,000 guns in. Diving head. He dies. And we win. Also, I did hear one of them being voiced by Fighter. I heard the Fighter voice. Yakuza! This is Yakuza side content for you. Some of it's difficult, others you get whatever the fuck this is.
なかなかしぶといね。
矢野か。
お、覚えててくれて嬉しいね。そう、俺こそが矢野とル。
Yes, that is you. Hi.
桐生さんよ。
全然待っていない。
おいおいおいおい。まあいいや。今日は最後のご挨拶に来てやったぜ。ようやく尾道観光が終わってよ。のどかでいいところだったぜ。ジョーの野郎がおじけづいて引っ込んで。のどかに余生を過ごしたくなるのも。
I guess this is our money making system for this game as well. Because we are getting paid pretty big sums each time.
六教人の連中が早くしろってうるせんだよ。次に会った時は俺が相手させてもらう。その日がお前らの命日だ。ジャスティスの六教人の本気をお前らに見せてやるよ。首をきれいに洗って待っとけよ。バーカ
いよいよ次は矢野が相手ですね。
ああ、矢野は強い。
Actually, maybe replace one of the guys that doesn't have an ability with the guy we got
確
before.
実に強くなってきてる。絶対勝ちましょう、桐生さん。
ああ、矢野徹。一筋縄ではいきそうにねえな。
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, actually. So, strike team... No. Hierarchy. Who doesn't have an ability? You're insane. Definitely keep you. Do we... Maybe drop Knife Boy? Or... Like, we lose total strength from that right now. We haven't even been sending... Actually, we have been sending him out, haven't we? I haven't really been sending this guy out as much. So we'll get rid of you. Yeah. But then we will actually go strike team. I don't know why it doesn't auto add it. That's annoying. Training. We'll dump some points into you to bring you up. You cost quite a bit to level. But I noticed none of it uses purple. And these are the points I have a lot of. So I kind of wish they used yellow, though. That would be nice. That would make things much easier. Missions. And now we take him on. Okay, okay. Oh, wait. Okay, hold up, hold up. So you want to have one of each type because that's what gives you your... Ah, I understand. Wait. I thought I understood. Wait, I'm actually confused now. Okay, yeah. So one of each type gives you your soldiers. I see. Okay, so we want to have... I want to find someone else that has the knife guy, that has the knife ability. And then we can bring that in. I see. So you might also want to, like, build up a similar type so you can get cheaper as well. I think is how it works. So you might want to, like, specialize into something. So you can, like, specialize into guns, for example.
それじゃあ行くぞ。俺たちの力見せてやろうぜ。
But considering how Majima construction works, I assume when we beat each of the captains, they will join our team as well.
そうすればジャスティスを攻める突破口ができるはずだ。ここで勝てればめちゃくちゃ大きい一歩だ。絶対勝ちましょう、桐生さん。あ
あ、これ以上あいつに好き放題言わせておくのも尺に触るしな。
よっしゃお前ら、We are 矢野徹。
矢野徹。矢野徹。
矢野徹。
よし。桐生かい。出撃だ。
Fucking doofuses.
おっしゃー。
行くぞ
ー。やってやりますよ、桐生さん。
Okay, so now we'll do the strat. The strat is whoa, 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 and now we wait. Send one more in. And there we go. Send you in. Okay, maybe sending him by himself wasn't a good idea. Okay, maybe that wasn't a good idea. Maybe we don't want to just... Yeah, we actually want to make sure we have the other guys already built up. Okay. And I want my next captain. Give me my 40 captain. There we go. And now we send all of our gunners. Big heals, big heals. And rush. We don't really use the reds as much, do we? The one problem that does exist is when you start having too many people, it actually does become a bit chaotic. Okay, and then you guys can take all of these guys out. And now we just fucking go for it. The guns are the strat. 1,000,000 guns. No! One of our guys died! I should have healed! What in the weird... Welcome to Yakuza. We have weird side stories like this sometimes. No! A month ago, I struggled to remember a very primitive RTS game I played on a really old PC. Several hours later, I found the game. It's called Metal Marines. A game that uses two separate windows. One... What? One for you, another for the computer player's base. When someone fires a missile, it flies out of the window and into the other window. Wow, look at what Wayland has taken away from us. That's crazy. I love weird games like that. How it goes so far? Pretty good. I'm enjoying myself. This is just random Yakuza side content that I wanted to do.
六強人にはよ、負けは許されねえんだ。負けて帰ったところで、俺の椅子は残ってねえよ。
Oh, now we have an actual fight with them?
ここでお前らを倒すしか道はねえんだよ。お遊びはこれまでだ。六強人の恐ろしさはここからが本番だぜ。行くぞ！
行くぞ！Oh my god! Why do we have a grenader? A grenadier. Okay, and then we just spunk you until we apparently don't kill you. I don't have any healing items either. This is the problem. Yes, grenade. That's. Why can I hear you? Oh god, oh god. I think I have one healing item left. Okay, we have two. We're all good, we're all good. Woo! Oh my god. Bike! Bike! We have a bike! I should not have come here. No! I should not have come here entirely unprepared. Okay, yes. Now everyone can just beat up on Tordu. Nope! Nope! What is this? Yes, that's fine. Yeah, fine. The last fucking healing item we have. Okay, maybe we didn't need it. Maybe that was overkill. Actually, I think we can buy them at the pawn shop.
信じらんね
やったーあの6強人の一人矢野を倒しましたよ。
ああ、これでジャスティスもちょっとは焦るだろう。
矢野がやられた程度で俺たちが焦るかよ。むしろ焦ってるのはお前の方だろ、ジョー。
お前は
ジョー、トランキーロ。焦んなよ。
あ？
六強人の一人、内藤。
内藤。
岡田に並ぶ実力者です。
Yes, the pawn shop.
まさか尾道に内藤が投入されるなんて。
投入？
See, I can talk about going to a pawn shop, and you won't know what I'm talking about. It could be either way. You'll never know.
俺の意志だ。俺は岡田の命令も誰の命令も受けない。俺がわざわざこんなとこまで来たのはな、桐生さん、あんただよ。あんたに興味があるんだ。
Do you want to know what was some fun discourse that was I was paying attention to last week? So the you know how the scene in Dress Up Darling where Marin thought that she was gonna have sex happened? So there was this fun discourse happening on Twitter because in the manga they decided for this one scene, you're gonna have muddy nipples. And there was so much discourse on Twitter on whether or not that should be in the anime. It wasn't in the anime, but there was so much discourse on Twitter about whether it should or shouldn't be. I love anime Twitter. It is the most fucking stupid discussion you'll ever see.
桐生さん、ヤクザだったんすか？
昔の話だ。今は仇だ。
俺はヤクザやマフィア関連の知り合いが多くてね。桐生って名字を聞いただけでピーンときたよ。改めまして内藤だ。ブエナスノーチェス。ノリの悪いおっさんだな。あんたにはいろんな伝説があるよな。それを聞くたびに虫唾が走ったよ。俺はあんたやジョーみたいなまっすぐで正義の味方ぶってるやつが大嫌いなんだよ。
やるのか？
へ、桐生さん、トランキーロ。
What the fuck is this guy doing?
あんた一応矢野と戦った後だろ。万全じゃないあんたを倒してもつまんねえよ。あんたの仲間全員ぶっ潰してそれからじっくり。
But look, if you're gonna watch that episode of Dress Up Darling, what you have to do is you have to get to about the 7-minute mark, pause the episode, go watch the Maple Star video, and then come back and finish the rest of the episode. That's the correct canonical order to watch it.
じゃあな。
おい。
あ？
そこにお前の仲間が倒れてる。連れて帰れ。
こんなやつもともと仲間じゃねえよ。それに負け犬は六強人には不要だ。テイクアウトする価値もねえ。いっそのこととどめでも刺してやろうか。
てめえ、ナイト。
やめとけ、ナイト。
相変わらずだな、ジョー。お前も岡田もそういうところがいけすかねえんだ。桐生だけじゃねえ。 てめえもじっくりいたぶって葬ってやる。
内藤か。
Naito car.
まさか桐生さんがそんな有名
No
な
idea
ヤ
who
クザだ
that
った
is.
なん
Nope,
て。
definitely not.
過去の話だ。
でも会長だったんですよね。道理でチームまとめるのもうまいと思い
Yeah,
ましたよ。
some kind of
俺たち
kaicho.
は桐生さん
Some
を信用
kind.
してるし、過去がどうだろうと気にしないよ。むしろそんな人が近くにいるってのは心強い。いろいろ勉強させてもらうよ。
そんな大層なもんじゃない。俺が教えられることなんてねえよ。
そんなことねえって。もっと自分に自信持てよ、桐生ちゃん。
いいんですか？本当にこいつ仲間に入れて。
俺は別に構わん。
Is this now? We now have a second
おう
Kiryu-chan.
よ、ジャスティスなんて最低だぜ。俺は拳を交える中で桐生ちゃんに惚れたんだよね。
You don't get to call us Kiryu-chan. Only Majima gets to call us that.
調子のいいやつだな。
まあでもこいつの強さは本物だ。内藤を倒すには
Yeah, for about 30 minutes.
こっちの戦力も増やさねえとな。
任せとけって。正直俺もあんな風に切り捨てられたチームに未練はね、あるのは恨みだけだ。俺にもプライドがあるからよ。ジャスティス潰し協力させてもらうぜ。
ああ、よろしく頼む。
へへへ、矢の通るに任せとけよ。
次の相手の内藤は今まで以上のメンバーを率いてるって噂です。
あいつが率いてる連中は俺の仲間のガキンとどもとはちょっと質が違う。まあ注意した方がいいぜ。準備しっかりしていかねえときついかもな。
わかった。
Okay. Yo! Remember what I said about getting grenades? Now, I don't know... Oh, and the organization gets bigger as well. Oh, shit, okay. Well, I guess we'll include everyone. But I don't know, like, what... If there's, like, an order of things you want that makes sense. Like, do you want all of the guys with guns to be on the same thing? Is that how this works? Or is it just power up the individual cap? I guess it doesn't. Okay. Who do... I feel like putting him as a soldier doesn't make sense. I don't even know what this... I probably should have paid attention to the tutorial on, like, what the... Like, what sort of effect the ordering has. Oh, wait, hold on. If we go strike team, and then we put... Then we take... If we take this guy out and put Tordu in, now we can... Okay, now we can do that. Okay, so having one of the captains in there is how you get that. Okay, okay. Oh, wait. So the... Right. So the stat buffs go up the tree. So whoever's further up the tree gets more of the buffs, I believe is how it works. But I don't know anything besides that. I, again, should have probably paid attention. I kind of want to put Tordu at the top just because it's funny. Just bring him up a couple of levels. Wait, what is that? Essence of surprise. I was not expecting it. I was not expecting an actual org chart. I kind of wasn't as well, but here we are anyway. strike team, so we could get rid of you and chuck you in. Because you have an ability. But then we'll dump some points into you as well, so we can bring you up. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. Obviously, we are never getting rid of the healer. The healer is too cracked. I'm sorry, what? Wait, are we fighting Toru with Toru now? That would be exactly what we are doing, in fact. I guess we'll do classic strat of send in the walls, and then we'll send in you, and we'll send in you. And now I want to see how the bombers go. Because these might fully replace the guns. I don't know. Oh, he's already dead. What the fuck? I don't know. I think because of how much the bombs they'll get knocked around. Honestly, it might be better not to use the bombs. I don't know. Yeah, bombs are a weird one. I don't know. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. There's like a lot of dumb, cheesy things you can do. Okay, now we send in Toru. Toru! Okay, I don't know what his ability does though. YTR. Yeah, I don't know what that does. And now we surprise them again. And then we diving head. I think it's still gonna work. It's just a matter of like. It's just a matter of like, what is your? Oh, he just throws 3 bombs in the air. I see. Like, at the end of the day, anything works here. It's just... What amusing way do you want to do it? Toru! Toru was killed by Toru! Maybe we make... Honestly, maybe I make the healer the top of the org, just because the healer is so important. I don't know. But he's doing a fine job, I think, as lieutenant. So I don't know. I would like another knife guy. That would be nice. I think surprise is useful. Honestly, I don't think Toru's ability is that useful, to be entirely honest. So I might put you back at the top. Swap you with Toru. I'll still have him in the roster so we can have the bombs. But yeah, besides that, I think that's fine. I did say I was just gonna do the first of the 6 lunatics, so I think we'll leave the lunatics there, and we'll go to some more story now. Actually, how much health do I have? We're at full health. Does that fully heal us? I guess it does. That's weird. I just saw something fall. I think what I would like is probably someone who uses grenades that's not Tordu. I would also like someone with a knife that has an ability. I think those would be 2 things that would be very good. But I'm still not fully convinced on using grenades in this game. I like how I'm overthinking some stupid fucking side content where it probably doesn't even, like, it literally doesn't even matter what your structure ends up being. You'll just win anyway. This is what happens. If you give me an area that I can optimize, I'm gonna find a way to optimize it, even if it doesn't fucking matter. I did have someone ask me, like, oh, how did you manage to work out the like ratio thing on YouTube? The answer's very simple. Weaponized autism. That's the answer. I saw a problem, I was confused about it, and I tried to find every possible thing that could possibly be the answer. Let's get rid of some... Get rid of that, get rid of that. I have nothing to sell. I would like to buy some drugs, if you have drugs. Do you have drugs? You have Ooh! Okay, wait. Wait, why do you sell better stuff than the drugstore does? How does that even... No, I took a dyslexia test. Wait, did I take a... No, hold up. I'm actually not remembering. Was it a dyslexia test or was it an autism test? I feel like I took a dyslexia test. And it was like, yo, you probably do. I don't think we did an autism test. This way. Those are very different things, they are, but they also do have some overlap. Memory test next? I can already tell you how that one's gonna go. Like, as an example, it is common for people with both autism and dyslexia to struggle reading. Now, the reason is going to be different, but the end result can be similar. So it's not fair to say that, like, it's, like, 2 entirely distinct things. It's just, they're not the same. They just have a bit of overlaps. Pretty sure you did both, I think. I feel like I said I was going to do the autism test and never did it. It'll be on the React. If I did do it, it'll be on the React channel. If not, then I wouldn't have. Yeah. Oh, hi.
Joker.
さっき遠くから桐生さんを見かけたもんでさ、もしかしてそこの水軍アパートが桐生さんのヤサなの？
まあな。それよりお前、のんきに街を歩いてて平気なのか？
Yeah, I saw. I don't remember who it was. It was a VTuber that you would very immediately think, ah, I see why you did that test. I don't know if it was Camilla or someone like that. but I definitely saw a VTuber doing an autism test, and I was gonna do so, and then just never got around to it.
ってわけじゃないんだけど、桐生さんの方こそ問題ない。
ああ、だがしばらくカムロ町に行くことになった。
え？
明日からな。しばらく尾道を開ける。
Yeah,
でもカムロ町ってジャスティスのホームなんだけど。
ジャスティスとは別件だ。俺の方もいろいろ訳ありなんでな。
そうか。それなら。
どうかしたか？
いや、桐生さんがカムロ町に行くってんなら、ちょっと思いついたよ。
ん？
まあ、とにかくマサオたちにも桐生さんの事情は伝えとけよ。それじゃ。
I assume there's gonna be a way to do clan creator from Kamurocho as well. Should I sleep now? Yes. We're back, boys!
ここがカムロ町。マジで達川のやつ、こんな都会でホストやってんのか。
ユウタ、お前東京来るどころか広島出んのも初めてじゃろが。わしらに恥かかせんようビシッとせえよ。仲間じゃ言うてなめられたらいけんど。
おい、街中でタバコはダメだ。
は？
今時は東京のどこ行っても歩きタバコはできなくなってるんでな。
そうなんですかよ。
俺らに恥かかせないでくださいよ、頭。
クソガキが。
なら、達川を探す。
I will say that Nagamo with like the proper suit jacket on actually does kind of look pretty good. Like that's actually, I think it works pretty well for him. The other guy's just wearing fucking jeans.
せっかく天下のカブロ町に来たんじゃけ。女と酒やれる店でも行きましょうや。
何言ってんすか、頭。遊びに来た
The
んじゃ
blue
ねえん
shirt
だから。
looks pretty good, yeah. Cafe Alps. That's a random fucking place to choose, sure. Man, we're back. We are back in Kamurocho. Look at all these fucking restaurants everywhere. Oh man, it's nice to be back here. It really is nice to be back here. One thing I will say is did they just get rid of the drugstore? So if we go to Don Quixote. Oh god.
わしらの地元にあがな女おるか？
頭、ジロジロ見すぎですって。
やっぱり都会は違いますな。
Yeah, let's go to. I feel like you can probably buy stuff at Don Quixote
ほん
now.
まにいろんな店があるの。飯もうまそうじゃ。
俺も何度か。
Can we take them to karaoke? Can we? Oh, maybe we can take them to karaoke. I have to do it. I have to try. One thing I will say about Dragon Engine Fight Ends is I do think it is really fucking cool. Like, seeing the pause at the end. Where is the karaoke place? I'm actually blanking on it now. Location list. Oh, it's this street. No, stay far away from there. We are not doing that right now. Wait, has it always been here? For some reason, I'm thinking it was over here. Wasn't... Wait, in Yakuza 5, wasn't karaoke here? Did they move stores? Nyan Nyan Cafe. Wait, is that a maid cafe? Can we take them to the maid cafe? Please. Please. Please.
いらっしゃいませ。何名様でしょうか？
一人だ。
No!
料金は500円となります。それではご案内いたします。
No! What do you mean for one? Wow! They won't even sit in the crowd. That's so rude. Can't you give us this game? That's like, surely, like they had to have known that people would have taken Nagamo to karaoke. What an oversight. It actually is kind of funny in knowing that they're just standing outside. I missed it. Like, I didn't expect them to have songs. But, like, the fact that they couldn't even be in the room. My high school... Well, I did terribly this run, apparently. Holy shit. Are there people that do badly at karaoke in Yakuza? You guys good? Since I know the game's not gonna let me, we're gonna take him there anyway. Let's go over to Nyan Nyan Cafe. Yeah, I wanted them to at least complain about it, right? Because in Yakuza 3, if you take Saejima to karaoke, he doesn't want to go in there. He refuses to go in the building. And he will tell you that. Nyan Nyan Cafe. Is this it? No, this is the... No, this is Mahjong, isn't it? No, we're in the wrong building. Yeah, this is the Mahjong... Why is the Mahjong place right next to the Nyan Nyan Cafe? Wrong door, sorry. I wanted to go in here. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Is this it? No, this is the Internet Cafe. Oh my god. Next floor. Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's just a cat cafe. Okay, it's not a maid cat cafe. That's fine.
ようこそニャンニャンサボへ。
ニャンニャンサボ。
ニャンニャンサボは猫との交流を楽しめる今流行りのいわゆる猫カフェです。 ニャンニャンの可愛い仕草に癒され、明日への活力を生み出す、そんな場所を目指しています。
それは立派な心構えだが、そのニャンニャンはどこにいるんだ？
ほら、あそこに。うちのナンバーワンキャットのブリトニーちゃんです。
ブリトニーちゃん。
さあ、ブリトニーちゃん、おいで。カムカム。
One singular cat.
あれれ。
お前、全然飼いならせてないじゃねえか。
はい、猫は大好きなんですけどね。なぜか猫からは好かれなくて。
それは厳しいな。というか、猫はあいつだけなのか？
はい、他の猫は逃げちゃって。
逃げた？
はい、この店のオープンに合わせて猫を何匹か用意したんですけど、みんな僕に懐いてくれなくて、僕が目を離した隙に愛想つかして逃げちゃって。はあ、やっぱり僕に
You
は
can't handle
カフェ店長になる資格はないのかな。
That's your problem.
まあ、逃げたなら仕方ない。また買い足せばいいんじゃねえか？
This is true.
無理ですよ。脱サラしてこの店始めたばかりで、とにかくお金がないんです。それにそもそもうちは野良猫しか扱わないって心に決めてるんです。
野良猫？
はい。血統書付きの高級猫を扱う店はたくさんありますけど、野良を扱う店はありません。うちは野良猫千本で勝負して他との差別化を図りたいなって。もちろん野良猫も野良のままじゃなくてちゃんとケアして綺麗な猫ちゃんにしますけどね。
野良猫限定猫カフェか。まあ珍しいとは思うがな。
でも野良猫って人慣れしてないじゃないですか。だから絶対僕に懐かないし。
It's certainly an idea for a cafe. Maybe not the best idea.
人に慣れてて僕にも懐いてくれるような野良猫だけを揃えられればな。
そんな都合のいい話あるわけねえだろう。
お、
なんだ、俺か。仕方ねえな。
あ
ー、よしよし。
すごい。あの不愛想ブリトニーちゃんが懐くなんて。
I do like cats.
すごいですね、あなた。
そうなのか？人懐っこい猫じゃねえか。
She knows that you're the alpha.
ブリトニーちゃんは懐かないので有名なんですよ。もしかしたらお客さん、猫に好かれる才能があるのかも。あ、そうだ。
なんだ。
He's the leader of the pack.
よろしかったらちょっとばかり力を貸していただけないでしょうか。その野良猫を懐かせてほしいんです。
野良猫を懐かせる？
はい。野良猫は人慣れしてないから僕には絶対懐いてくれないし逃げてしまう。
How did you round them up in the first
猫に好
place?
かれる才能があるあなたが野良猫を懐かせて人慣れさせてくれれば。
人慣れした野良猫だけを揃えてこのカフェが無事運営できるというわけか。
はい、ナイスアイデアだと思いませんか？
Certainly an
野
idea.
良猫にこだわる。
だってかわいそうじゃないですか。
ん？
ブリトニーちゃんもそうですけど、猫は本当に可愛いんです。それは血統書付きの高級猫も野良猫も品種も雑種も関係ありません。どの猫も同じくらい可愛くて魅力のある存在だと思うんです。でも野良猫って下手したら保健所に入れられて処分されちゃうかもしれないんですよ。カムロ町は特にその辺厳しいんです。でもそんなの嫌じゃないですか。僕は野良猫を一匹でも守りたい。そして汚い野良猫だって磨けばこんなに可愛くなるんだってことをみんなに分かってほしいんです。
Ignore the fleas. Is it just me, or does Brittany sound like a really weird cat name? It is, but I don't know about Japanese cat naming conventions, so I couldn't tell you. Like, it would be a weird name for me to call a cat. I don't know if it's a weird name in Japan.
別にこの店のためじゃねえ。野良猫のためだ。確かにこいつらが処分されちまうってのは俺もいい。
Are we gonna fight animal control? Is that our quest?
桐生だ。
桐生さん、あなたは猫カフェに降臨した神様ですよ。よろしくお願いします。
で、俺は具体的に何をすればいいんだ？
はい、
桐生さんには街で野良猫を見つけたら餌をあげて懐かせてほしいんです。野良猫は餌をあげても一度きりだとあまり懐かな
Are
い
you
んです
gonna
け
give
ど。
me the food?
何度かあげ
Or
れ
do I
ば
have to go to
懐くか
Don Quixote and buy
野
it?
良猫を探して餌をやればいいんだな。
はい。でも猫によってどんな餌が好きかは違いますので。
It's a wiki
そこは気をつけて
quest.
ください。
Bring us some food. Once a cat has reached max affection, someone from the cafe will come to pick it up. Buy food at convenience stores or the cafe. Yeah, okay. So it's a wiki quest.
よろしくお願いしますね。成果に応じて協力していただいたお礼もお渡しできればと思いますので。
わかった。
それじゃあ桐生さん、よろしくお願いします。
やれやれ。
Yada yada does it. Said I can buy food
いらっしゃい
here.
ませ桐生さん。にゃんにゃん茶房へようこそ。
Well, I guess we'll buy 10 of everything. Just so we have everything. Even though that cost us 100,000 yen.
ありがとうございました。また猫たちに会いに来てくださいね。
It's better be good fucking cat food. Maybe I should eat it. Oh! Oh, what's this? It's just a room? Literally just an empty room. I assume this is for a sub-story. Otherwise, I'm so confused why there's just a fucking empty room there. Ooh, can we get down here? There's a ladder here. There's a group of thugs that hangs out in Nakamichi Alley to harass passing couples. Apparently they make some kind of sick pleasure. Or they take some kind of sick pleasure in making people suffer. Sure, let's go help with that. Hey, we can! Okay, that's cool. I do appreciate the ways to move around. It's for the cat. Oh, I heard a cat. Okay. Give it some beef. Doesn't like beef, apparently. Tuna. It's a fucking cat. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Hopefully buying 10 of everything means we don't have to worry about it. Oh, that failed the other side thing. We got too distracted by the cat.
桐生さん、ありがとうございます。うちでしっかり面倒を見させていただきます。また懐いた猫がいましたら連絡ください。よろしくお願いしますね。
I assume there's gonna be one cat that has really expensive tastes, and you need to give it a shitload of the really expensive food. Like, that naturally kind of just makes sense. Just destroy your entire restaurant. Don't worry about me. There we go. The weird switch from stereo to like single channel stereo is like when you like switch around. I don't know why it does that, but it does it every single time. I'm sure there's going to be sub-stories around that we can do, but not having a sub-story finder honestly makes it really awkward to find them. I'll probably end like towards the end of the game. What I'll probably end up doing is looking at a sub-story list. Oh wait, isn't this the place that we raided back in Yakuza 0? Hold up. We didn't finish this. We didn't finish this. What? What? What the fuck? Wait, what? Sure. Yeah, this was the, yeah, it was. Yeah, this is the place we raided. Yeah, because this is the Heroes District right here. Wait, so the Heroes District is just entirely blocked off now? How long's it been? Considering there's still areas in there, I guess we can go in there later, maybe? Huh. Okay. Because I know we can't go up to this area because this is where Commodore Shaw Heights is. I do kind of wish they did more with Commodore Shaw Heights instead of just blocking it off. Same with the Millennium Tower. Like, Zero had this, like, this area was like an area you could explore because there was like a little district there. I kind of wish the Millennium Tower was used more often with that area being taken up. I know Zero obviously came after the first couple of games, but even so, I kind of do wish they used that space more. But then I guess we do have Little Asia, and Little Asia was blocked off in the previous game. So maybe we get something out of it. Because in most games, Little Asia you can only enter once you have like, once you have. Depends on who's running it in the game. The Koreans or the Chinese gang on your side. Can you chill? Yep, sure, we'll take that. That somehow hit you. Bonk! And bonk! And... bonk! I guess we probably should go... I keep getting distracted by side stuff. We probably should go over to the story. If I find a sub-story along the way, I'll do it. Oh my god. How many people are gonna want to fight? I am very interested to see Commodore Shaw from like a different angle with the switch into Ichiban in the next game. I do love Kiryu, and I think Ichiban's never gonna be able to like fully replace him. But I'm very interested to see how the turn-based combat actually plays. Because I've seen a bit of the gameplay, but you can't really fully tell until you actually give it a shot yourself. Yeah, so we go up here, and then we go back around. I will say it is kind of crazy for a game, or for a game series to have, what, effectively 7 games, all set in the same area, and nobody fucking complains. Yeah, you have sometimes you're in, like, Hiroshima, you have sometimes you're in, like, various other places, but, like, most of the game is sort of centered around this. And I see people complain about this for other series, but for some reason, I've never seen a single complaint around Commodore Shaw. And I think it's because Commodore Shaw is just, like, an interesting place to be. Like, it's the same city, but it's this, like, densely packed place where they are, like, constantly changing shop locations. Like, the karaoke place, for example. It moved between games. Just randomly moved. And, like, various little things change, even if a lot of the area is the same. It's, like, familiarity, but... It's... I don't know. The differences stand out a lot more when everything is so familiar, I guess. Where it's like, oh, we can't go in the hero district in this game. Oh, we can't go do much of Millennium Tower. Oh, we have the underground section. Oh, stores have moved this time. Things like that. Rather than it being like a... It's nice to know your way around a new game, but still get kind of lost. And I don't think there's really any other series that does that besides Yakuza. Like, yeah, there's been like some repeated areas in GTA 5. GTA 5 is in the same city as it's in San Andreas, but it's like a very the world map is so much bigger as well. So it's like a very different San Andreas. Like it's on paper San Andreas, but it's like also like an alt universe San Andreas. So you don't even get like those throwbacks to earlier characters you might have seen. Like when I heard that GTA 5 was going to be in San Andreas, I was like, oh, logically that means you're going to have some sort of reference to, you're going to have like an appearance of CJ. You're going to have something that indicates that this is in the same area. And like, yeah, there's like gang references, like similar, like you have the ballers still doing their thing, but like you don't have that like crossover that I think most people had kind of expected when they'd heard about that. Oi, Kura!
何をやってんだ?
I like how they're called the middle-aged manhunters, and they themselves look like they're in their fucking 30s.
手間取らせやがって。気をつけろよ。
おかげさまで助かりました。
Probably should... Wait, how are we back at Kyushu again? We are back at Kyushu number 1 star ramen. Okay. Now let's actually go to the main story. Let's not get distracted by something that comes along. I should go here though. Yes, sprint longer. Very important. Poseidon power. There, okay, we're right here. Cafe Alps.
着いたぞ。ここだ。
兄貴。
あ。
この店ぼったくりと違うんかの。コーヒー一杯1000円じゃ言うとれますけど。
しかも税別っすね、頭。金借りますか？
この調子で言ったら3日でオケラじゃ。
こりゃ頭が楽しみにしてた風俗はお預けっすね。
バカだれこの。兄貴の前で余計なこと言わんでえ
え。Yeah, Kiryu's a virgin.
そうだ、桐生の兄貴。ちょっとスマホ貸してもらえません？
ん？
すぐお返ししますんで。
おう、ゆうた。何しようなら。バカ高いパフェが溶けるじゃろうが。
ちょっと待ってください。あ、これでありましたよ。達川の近況、ネットに上がってました。この達川のページ、田頭に教えてもらったんですよ。
ずいぶん楽しそうにしてやがるな。
あのゲドが、はるかさんが事故に遭うとるっちゅうのに。本当にはるかさんはなんで小川の男と。
これはいつの写真だ？
ページのコメント見る限りじゃ2週間前。
最近じゃの。背景に映っとるのはカムロ町の店かの。
Time to bring out Rainbow, he'll find it.
そこまではわかりませんけど、どうすかね。桐生の兄貴、見覚えあります？
ないな。俺にも無所のブランクがあるんだ。この町は3年も経てば店も随分入れ替わる。
なんなら言うた。全然役に立たんじゃない。
なんでそういう言い方しますかね、頭は。
ほいじゃあ兄貴、これからどうしますかいの。手当たり次第ホストクラブ当たって達川探しますか。
Yeah, I'm sure they'll let a bunch of old dudes in the host club. Yeah.
天下一通りにあるスターダストって店だ。そこのオーナーと店長になら顔が利く。まずはそこに行ってみよう。
Yeah, let's go, Stardust!
この町一番のホストクラブだ。タスカーが本当にこの町でホストになったんなら、何か情報が手に入ると思う。
Okay, I'll be back in just a second, and then we'll head over to Stardust. I am very, very excited to go back there. We haven't seen these characters, I think, I want to say like 3 games. Give me 1 second. Here. Okay. There we go. Ugh. I love my iced coffee. If dare, Ice Break, Farmers Union, if you want to sponsor me, fucking reach out, brother. Fucking reach out, more than happy. Did Brody get an Xperia? Like the phone? What do you mean get an Xperia? Oh, what do you mean this? Yeah, so this game has a Sony ad every single time you open the menu. Just in case you hadn't noticed it yet. Yeah, literally every single time you open the menu, you're gonna see that. So, get used to seeing it, I guess. Yeah, we'll grab this. It's not really... Boost Fortune's not even that useful, to be entirely honest, but we'll max it out anyway. I probably should put points into my stats, though, shouldn't I? That seems like a good idea. Like, I've been unlocking so many other things and just not worrying about stats. Increases heat gain rate. Sure, why not? I still haven't put anything into health. Maybe, I think I put like a little bit just so I could unlock an ability that needed a health upgrade. If I had just put points into that, I probably would have like way more in the way of stats right now. Oh, hello.
兄貴、ちょっと待ってつかさい。ユータのやつが。
ん？すみません。俺、ちょっとコンビニ行ってきます。
あれはパフェで腹壊したんじゃ。浮かれてなれんもん食うけそうなるんじゃ。
コンビニのトイレ借りに行ったってことか。
しゃあない。わしらも行きましょう。店の中で待っとりゃええでしょう。
I think we needed to go to Popo anyway to get a item for quest. Sub-stories. There was one we had started. Oh, I hadn't even done that quest yet, the Satoshi Warriors quest. We needed... It was a bento of some sort.
おい、頼むって。もう漏れそうなんだよ。うちは店にトイレないんですよ。嘘つけ。あんたらだって店のトイレ使うんだろ。お客様にお貸しできるトイレはちょっと防犯上の理由ですから。じゃあこんな店の中でうんこ漏らせってのか。あ
Shit on the floor!
それなら早く店から出てってもらわないと。いいから貸せよバカ野郎。
キリの兄貴、あいつのことはええですけ、ここで笑って見とりましょ
う。面倒見のいい頭だな、あんたも。
I know Japan has a problem with having like very few public
トイレも
bathrooms.
貸してくれんのじゃの。冷たいもんじゃ。兄貴、これちょっと見てください。ん？登場界の6代目が無所に入るって書いてありますわ。
何？控訴棄却。これから無所に入れられるってことか。
どうしますか？こん方たち、兄貴
Go
の
beat
仲
up
間
the
なん
judge.
どうするも何も。俺はもう登場界の
Get the
人間
taxi
じゃ
back
ねえ。
out. Crash the taxi into the
じゃけど
judge.
登場界のトップが無所行ってしもうたら、あの染谷っちゅうんが余計力つけるんじゃ。どうしたら兄貴、あいつまたキヨちゃんさらいに来るんで。
何にしても俺はもう登場界の中のことに口出す立場じゃねえ。
もういい加減にしてください。警察呼びますよ。くそ、わかった、もういい。あんたには頼まねえよ。気流の兄貴、頼みます。どこかトイレのあるとこに。
ああ、スターダストはこの店出てすぐだ。そこで借りればいい。
なんすかそれ、もっと早く行ってくださいよ。
It's funny not to.
わかりました。じゃあ俺ちょっと先に行きますんで。
あのバカたれ、兄貴に例の一つも言えんのか。恥かかせよって。
トイレに間に合えばいいがな。
ほんじゃわしらも行きますか。
ああ。
One thing that someone has pointed out before is so. Actually, let me just show you something. Have you ever seen the mod that adds the original Yakuza facial animations into Kiwami? A lot of people feel like here we go. A lot of people feel like the redone animations, and then in the later games as well, were nowhere near as expressive as what they were doing back on the PS2. And I can see why. So, obviously, you have John Yakuza on the left. They hadn't exactly worked out how... they hadn't done, like, proper face modeling yet. Yeah, so here we go. This is regular Kiwami unmodded. Like it's a subtle difference. But like there is a difference there, especially in the more like angry scenes.
最後のけじめくらい俺につけさせろ。やめろ、やめるんだ錦最後のけじめくらい俺につけさせろ。やめろ、やめるんだ錦。
See, it's not like a crazy big difference. He has a Glock. Okay, maybe with you it's a bit more of a difference. Oh, right. Bento.
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。I don't remember what he wanted. I feel like it was the bento lunch set, but I don't fully remember.
ありがとうございました。
Victor. Oh.
なんじゃ？
男が入ってくる店じゃねえんだよ。二度と来るんじゃねえぞ、こら。
トイレ貸してくれるくらいいいじゃねえか。
おい。
ああ？
俺は桐生ってもんだ。オーナーの和樹か店長の優也。どっちか呼んでもらえねえか。古い馴染みなんだが。
和樹？優也？
So there's new management now.
何？
いいからとっとと消えろや、おっさん。店の前でうろちょろしてんじゃねえぞ。
I have a very simple solution. Send him to New Serena. You know who runs New Serena. I don't think she will have a problem. And it's like 2 fucking steps down the road.
さあな。今のホストにもう一度聞いてみるか。
桐生さんですよね。
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Is you just a businessman now?
お前は？
わかりませんか？まあ少し変わりましたがね、俺も。これでどうです？
お前、優也か？
優也？そういやさっき兄貴、店長の優也を呼べって。
ええ、スターダストの店長でした。今は見ての通りのリーマンですけどね。
お前、スターダスト辞めたのか？でもならなんでこんなところに？
桐生の兄貴。
お？ああ、大丈夫かユウタ？
トイレを早く。マジで東京もんって何なんすか。トイレくらいいくらでも貸してくれりゃいいじゃないですかね
え。本当に漏らしとらんのか？ちびっとひっとるんじゃなんか？
ええ、そう思っててもらってて結構っすよ。
優也、二人は広島の組の人間でな、いろいろ世話になってる。
Again, there were so many ways this problem could have been resolved if Kiryu wanted to resolve it. He could have just said, we'll go to New Serena. Like, New Serena's gonna be there still.
それよりさっきのはるかちゃんの話ですけど、本当に子供を産んでたんですか？
ああ、そうだろうな。その赤ん坊の父親ってのがこいつらしいんだ。カムロ町でホストになったらしくてな。名前は達川。スターダストでお前らに聞けば何かわかると思って。
Yeah, what happened to Kazuki?
見覚えは？
見覚えありますね。
本当っすか？
俺が店辞める前は確かにスターダストにいました。
おお、さすが兄貴じゃ。いきなり見つけてもうたの。
ただ今も働いているかは分かりません。 スターダストは前とはだいぶ変わりましたから。
Hmm.
俺が辞めたのはともかく、和樹さんももうあの店のオーナーじゃなくなってるんです。
和樹さんってのも桐生の兄貴のお知り合いで？
ああ、もう随分会ってないかな。和樹にも優也にも。
Probably since.
俺はカムロ町で何かあるた
Probably
びに
since
世話に
Yakuza
なった。
4, I would say.
スターダストに
Maybe 3.
何があったんだ優也。あの店はお前らがいてこその場所だったはずだ。
正直な話、ホストクラブもキャバクラもこの町の風俗自体マンネリで客足が鈍り始めてました。そこに来て登場界と中国マフィアの抗争です。和樹さんも俺もいろいろ頑張ったんですけどね、赤字経営が続いてました。ところが今年の初め頃です。どういうわけか韓国の連中が急に金を持つようになって、その札びら切ってカムロ町中のめぼしい店根こそぎ買収してきたんです。スターダストも結局その勢いに飲まれる形で。
韓国人がスターダストを買い取ったのか？
ええ。しかもその時は知らなかったんですけど、その韓国人たちの裏の顔はジンゴン派でした。
何？
なんじゃ？ジンゴン派っちゅうのは。
韓国のマフィアだ。
We are really tying every storyline together in 6, aren't we?
恨んでいるらしい。ただほとんど
They really want to wrap up Kiryu's entire story. I didn't realize how much was going to be brought back up.
はずなんだがな。
桐生の兄貴、韓国の連中ともやり合ってたんすか？すげえ。
確かに今のジンゴン派には若いやつが多いようでした。スターダストを買ったやつも多分幹部でしたけど、まだ20代です。
達川のやつ、総側な店でホストなど続けられるんかの？もうやめとるんじゃないんかの？
もしそうだとしても、あの店に達川を追う手がかりがあるはずだ。鎮魂派がいようが、スターダストに乗り込む価値はある。
相変わらずなんですね、桐生さんは。俺は今、ホスト時代の客のコネ使って小さな会社の営業職やってます。慣れない仕事で一からやり直しですけど、元ホストがこの年で職にありつけただけでもマシですかね。
A job in this economy?
だから今日スターダストの前で桐生さん見かけたのもたまたまだったんすよ。
和樹はどうしてるんだ？
あの人は今スターダストを買い戻す算段つけようとしてます。
Why did he sell it?
ただそうは言っても今のカムロ町の
Wait, I'm actually confused. Hold up. So he wasn't forced into selling it. Why did he sell it then? If he wants to buy it back, I'm actually just I don't understand this plot point. I am genuinely
終わら
confused.
ねえ限りは動かないでしょうけど。
そうか。お前和樹が店を買い戻したらまたスターダストに戻る気なんだな。
そんなの当たり前じゃないですか。和樹さんの片腕になれる男なんて俺以外にいませんから。
Hey!
なら
おじさんの
お
ホス
前がさっ
クラブ。
き言ったセリフそっくり返すぜ。
俺の言ったセリフ？
お前も相変わらずだってことさ。
いや
お
おい、あいつさっきホストクラブでユータを追い出しとったやつじゃ。
Who is this Virgil looking fuck? What is that?
いや
結構ですね、焼肉。うまそうな匂いだ。この店のはまた格別でしょう。お楽しみのところ失礼します。私、スターダストのオーナーをやっております。ハン・ジュンギと申しまして。
ハン・ジュンギ、owner of Stardust。
聞けば、せっかく店までお越しいただいたお客様を。このバカが追い返してしまったと聞きましたね。なんじゃこれ。つきましては、埋め合わせをさせていただけませんか。桐生一馬さん。
Who's that voice?
先日カムロ町にいらしてたと聞いていましたが、本当にこうやってお会いできるとは光栄です。
I know that voice. Okay, that's gonna bother me. We need to find out. Yakuza Han Jungi. That is Yuichi Nakamura. That is Tsukasa from Dr. Stone. And Gorgio. Yes, okay. I thought it sounded very familiar. And Red Ranger from Sentai Daishikoku. Yeah, okay. Andy from Undead Unlock. I knew that voice sounded so fucking familiar. Bardani from Orb. What else do we have? Gray from Fairy Tail. Tetsudo from Haikyuu. What a fucking list of characters this is. Any other big ones? I'm sure there are some other big ones in here, but I'm not... Oh! Ryu from Blue Lock as well. Okay.
ぜひこれからスターダストまでお運び願います。店を挙げておもてなしさせていただきたい。
ずいぶん強引な野郎だな。あんたとは初対面だが。
私はあなたの熱烈なファンだったものですから。いけませんか。
望むところだ。こっちもお前らに聞きたいことがあるんだな。
ほう。おう、そうじゃ。踊れるの店に達川いうんがおるじゃろうが。わしらはそいつに用があるんじゃ。
なんであれ構いませんよ。では、私の招待を受けていただけるということで、よろしいですね。
ああ、すぐに行く。スターダストで待っててもらおうか。
感謝します。では後ほどお待ちしておりますので。
Morning, how you doing, Phoenix? Welcome. You missed a guy getting his face jammed into a grill.
ジンゴン派です。スターダストを買い取ったのはあいつで。
ああ。
本当に奴の誘いに乗るんすか。今のジンゴン派はカムロ町の構想に割って入ろうかって勢いなんです。東上会と中国マフィアの構想を陰で煽ってるって噂もあるくらいで、昔潰れかけた頃とはもう別物なんですよ。
Doing quite good? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah.
危険は承知の上だ。それでも俺たちはハルトの父親を見つけなきゃならない。
I was sick earlier in the week, so now that I'm not, yeah.
やっぱり止めるだけ無駄なんですね。
Anything's an improvement over that.
変わらずだ。
久々に会えてよかった。またな、ユウヤ。
お気をつけて、キリさん。
Now, actually, wait. Let's go to this Popo as well, just in case there's something here that we. I do not remember the bento that we need to buy. I know it was at a Popo. I don't remember which Popo it was though.
いらっしゃいませ。
Japan, Japan. Every time there is.
ありがとうございました。
Every time there is a black guy. Every single time there is a black guy.
いらっしゃいませ。
You give them the exact same voice every single time. I'll grab some of those while we're here. Currently working on monitoring for my public servers. Do you know how to set up uptime, Kuma, or anything like that correctly? No. Just simply no. Servers are another area that I have not spent as much time as I should. Wait, can you look in a little... Why can't you go from the backside a little later? An area that I've not spent as much time as I should be learning stuff. Yeah, why can't you go in that side? That's weird. Just want to make the area slightly more inconvenient to go through. Yeah, this is blocked off as well. Why are you doing this, game? Do you want to, like, filter us through a certain path? Is that what we're doing here? My only guess is they want us to run down this... They want us to interact with something that's going to happen up here. The fuck does a car crash? Yeah, I think some of the stat upgrades are probably a good idea. I think they made just a bit of a difference. Yeah, they wanted us. Yeah. Okay. Thought so. They want to kill us. That's what they want.
韓国語で叫んでるみたいですけど、じゃあもしかしたらあいつら
鎮魂派だな。
けどわしら反純義っちゅうのから招待されとったんじゃ。
まだ俺を恨んでる連中もいるってことか。今の鎮魂派も一枚岩じゃねえらしい。
Or this could be intentionally set up from him just to see what's gonna happen.
構ってる暇はねえ。行くぞ。
下がった。切れだ。
兄貴。
Why did the audio not play? Thank you for the follow. I don't know why the audio didn't play there. That was weird. That was real weird. I haven't seen that happen in a while. I don't know why that happened. Like, I saw the alert. Oh my god. I guess, yeah, let's just try not to die. Oh, Yuta's already dead. Right, okay. Oh my lord! Well, this is somewhat working. Don't need that. It was very much a good idea to buy some items before we came here. So I do not think we would have got through that without using the items. I guess there are the bikes here. We probably could have cheesed it with the bikes. No, you're just friends with... You're just friends with the Dragon of Hiroshima, that's the problem.
今頃半純義が待ちくたべれてるな。
桐生の兄貴、あとはわしらで片付けますわ。先にスターダストに行っててください。わしらはここでお楽しみじゃ。
You're gonna die.
頭の言う通りです。俺らもすぐ追いつきますから。
本当に大丈夫なんだな。
達川を探すのが最優先ですから。俺らもたまには役に立たねえと東京まで来た意味ないっしょ。
さあ兄貴、はよう行ってください。
分かった。あんまり遅れるんじゃねえぞ。
へい。わしは今最高に乗っとるわ。おう、踊るらもっと仲間呼んでこんかい。全然食い足りんじゃろうが。
Okay, well, they're just gonna fight. Don't worry about that. Can we just, like, look at them? Can we go in there? Wait, no way we can actually just go in here. We just... Ah, we can't walk into the group. Ah, that's no fun. Yeah, I'm still on Neri. I think that's a good place to end the game for today anyway. Come back to this, yeah, next week. Hair in my mouth. Yeah, I'm still on Neri. I've been on Neri for a good couple of months at this point. There's some things I want to get around to messing around with. I just haven't, I haven't done so yet. Let me... We're gonna swap. I like the idea of scrolling window managers. I do as well. I think they're a cool idea. They're a little awkward to get used to when you first try them out. But I think once you get used to it... then it, Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Sorry, I'm just looking at my dashboard. Look at one of my suggested collabs. Recommended collaborator, Brody on Games. That is me. That is the account that I'm logged on with. What do you mean I should collab with myself? Huh? How does... Twitch, how does this happen? Do you not special case your own account so it doesn't recommend you? Incredible job. Programming genius at its fucking finest right there. Oh my god. Anyway, now we're swapping over into the React segment of the stream. There was a couple of things in here that I wanted to check out. But I'm not super fussed on any in particular. Collab with Nephite, that'd be fun. We could obviously start with Red Joker. Red Joker's always a fun direction to go. Honestly, we might just start there with Red Joker. There is a framework video here about Someone asked the framework rep if they were going to build a printer. I don't know the answer. I assume the answer is probably no, because that's hard. But hey, maybe a framework printer will happen. I doubt it though. Anyway, how is this video only? Oh, 14k views. I was gonna say it said 1.3 before. I guess I'd like cached the previous number. As everybody knows, I am a big fan of VTubers. And I like HoloLive. I know that you put VODs on the React channel. I do, yes. Brody Robertson Reacts. Anyone who wants to check those out, check out the clips. That's where they all are. I don't just watch videos and do React stuff off stream because that's boring. I could do it, but it's more fun to do it on stream. Anyway, I like Red Joker. We love Red Joker. Red Joker always makes great videos. And of course, we're going to watch the Red Joker video on Yago. Because why wouldn't we watch this one?
Yago, the best beloved girl CEO, stands at the top of the VTuber mountain today. But with past business failures, working for a negative...
One of the only people that doesn't have crazy drama around him in the VTuber space. The only org that has not collapsed in on itself. Like the worst... What was the worst thing that HoloLives had happen? Like probably fire, like the kiddies, the Coco, the fucking the dragon, the China say Taiwan stuff. You remember the situation. Yeah. you don't talk about China and Taiwan. That's how you get in trouble at any big org. Very bad idea.
Salary and a debut stream with only 13 viewers. The hell this man had to climb
I don't follow
through
VTuber
to
stuff
get
at
to
all.
the top
You should. It's
cannot
fun.
be described with words. Yago was born in Osaka, 1973, and grew up
He's
with
old.
a deep
Holy
love
shit.
for video games. So much so that he used to work part-time at an arcade. He did a degree in mechanical engineering at the prestigious Keio University and proceeded to join Imagineer Incorporated, a game development company. For the first 4 years, Yago did exactly what he dreamt of. Being a game producer, where he worked in collaboration with Sanrio to create console video games. Yet he was the director of Sanrio TimeNet on the Game Boy, like a Hello Kitty, My Melody, Keroppi game. He then transitioned to oversee Imagineer's mobile internet projects as the business lead, running official mobile sites in partnership with television networks and publishers. This was what showed Yago the fun of chasing the latest technology, a mindset that would greatly influence his choices soon.
How's the audio level, by the way?
After another year and a half, Yago joined iStyle Incorporated, running a popular cosmetics review site at Cosme. He became the head of iStyle's internet business division and helped launch their online site, Cosme.com, moving the company into the e-commerce world. At this point in 2005, Yago had experience in the gaming industry, e-commerce, and just the tech industry in general. Feeling ready for a change, he co-founded his first startup with primary co-founder Yoshinori Hayakawa, a mobile advertising company, Interspire, specializing in...
What a fun career path that is. Mobile advertising. I'm sure he's much happier now.
in mobile carriers, you know, like SIM cards and stuff, but like the advertising part. Yago acted as the business manager in charge of the media division. It's unknown what exactly happened in this company, and all of Yago's statements on it are very vague.
I can't see Yago's face without the seeing the meme picture, the cut his head out with arms and legs just on it. Every time I see his face, it looks I can't look at his face without picturing that fucking image.
After about 3 years, he was no longer a part of Enterprise. Whether he resigned, sold his stake in the company, or had any internal problems are completely a mystery, as there are no public records. Enterprise continued without him and eventually merged with other companies to grow, now called United. But that's none of our business. Sure. After leaving Enterprise and gaining a fundamental understanding of how a business is run, Yago decided that it was time to try his own hand at entrepreneurship. In 2008, he founded the local discovery app, 30min. It's essentially an app that lets users find nearby lunch spots. Now, while this doesn't sound very...
That's actually a really cool idea. Especially in Japan where, like, you have a lot more stuff that's really cramped together. Like, this would be useless in America, where it's like a fucking 15-minute drive just to get to a restaurant, a 20-minute drive to get to a restaurant. But with places being more densely packed, this actually would be like, this would make sense in a lot of European cities as well.
Very impressive today. Keep in mind this was 2008, before GPS was a big thing. In fact, his app was the very first Japanese app to use GPS. Like, ever. And Yago built it alone. Why lunch spots, you may ask? Well, it's simple. The man just got married and was struggling to make weekend plans in the new neighborhood they just moved into. So he just made an app. What the hell is this guy? Being the first of its kind, his app got major media coverage in Japan and blew up. Only 1 year into working as the president and CEO of this new company, a very fateful meeting occurred. Yago attended a startup pitch event hosted by Ikko Fukuda. They chatted at the after party and exchanged contacts after realizing they lived in the same neighborhood. This man
doesn't make sense in the Australian outback. Yes, where the nearest town is 5 hours away. Very much so.
Later be Yago's single partner in co-founding the company Cover Corp. But we'll get to that soon. Over the next few years, Yago mostly focused on this project, and on the outside, it was doing pretty good, getting millions of downloads. On the inside though, by 2014, Yago had a pretty bad relationship with the co-founder, and unable to make decisions together, the growth of the company stayed stable but stagnated. Yago wanted out. He wanted to do greater things, but stagnated. Yago...
Where does this picture come from? People post this image so much, I don't know what the original context was. This is one of those pictures where the meme format surpasses any sort of original context it may have had. It's such a good image though.
Wanted out. He wanted to do greater things. He wanted to start over from scratch. So he looked to sell 30min, which was a hell of its own because he couldn't find anyone to sell it to for a while. But failed negotiation after failed negotiation later, he met a shareholder of media company IID, Kariazono. The man simply said, "Why don't I just buy 30min?" Boom, problem solved.
Easy.
Starting anew, Yago was going to open a new business. The first idea he had was an online to offline business, some sort of app or media geared towards inbound tourists, but he just couldn't seem to think of anything practical that would actually attract customers. So Yago attended the Incubate camp, a camp where people present their startup ideas, and one that he describes as disastrous. I'm assuming his own performance. But there, looking at everyone's incredible presentations, he learned one very important thing. All the top people utilized the founder's previous industry knowledge. Even after going through advertising, e-commerce, lunch apps, he was still a gamer at heart. And with his degree and past experience, why not focus on something game-related? Yago immediately hopped on the bullet train to Kyoto to attend Bit Summit, an indie game event, and through a series of networking and connections, he was eventually introduced to Takashi, a representative of Oka Ichimon, a VR company currently working on metaverse stuff.
What year? Wait, what year was this?
Of Oka Ichimon, a VR company currently working on metaverse stuff.
Or do you mean like currently as in currently now, not currently as in at the time?
Please, I'm begging you, please take them off.
Takahashi showed Yago around their workplace, what they were doing, and Yago was inspired. He was interested in the VR industry and hoped Japan could have some sort of funding for VR startups. Takahashi, however, actually advised Yago that starting a VR business was a terrible idea, and it did discourage him a bit, but We know how this story ends. Wasting no time, Yago then called up an old friend, Kunimitsu of Gumi, a game company, submitting a funding proposal. He wanted VR to grow in Japan and hoped a friend with a company as successful as Gumi could help the gaming industry move in this direction. Kunimitsu swiftly dismissed it, saying there was no way VR would actually properly come to be a widespread thing. Rip in Yago.
And you know what? He's still not wrong. 10 years later, still correct.
However, this attitude quickly changed after Kunimitsu attended Tokyo Game Show, seeing many VR content being developed. After Yago told him all about VR with these impressive booths, he was sold, and with his company Gumi, agreed to create what we now know as Tokyo VR Startups, a startup funding campaign for VR startup companies. After the successful launch of the fund, Yago was more motivated than ever, ready to start his own VR business. This entire time, he had been keeping in contact with Fukuda from a whole 6 years ago, and they both agreed on the idea that VR is the future. That's why the two came together to start a new company, Cover Corp.
Very
Joining
VR.
the Tokyo VR startup,
very VR.
they had 6 months to develop a final product to demonstrate, with an interim demo day and a final demo day. The two developed their first project, Ping Pong. And now seriously, before waifus, we had Pong. It was not very good to say the least. The physics were a bit clunky and it just looked like a janky tech demo.
Yep.
Showcasing this at the interim completely failed to attract any investors.
Imagine
Developing such
that.
an early prototype for VR proved to be very difficult, and even something as seemingly easy as Pong took the two men months to develop. In fact, this entire time after selling 30 min, Yago was working without a salary. No, a negative salary. He took 10 million yen of his own money he got from selling 30 min to pay Fukuda for his work and keep this project alive. Yago describes this time as the time of constant anxiety and stomach aches. He was genuinely starting to lose hope. Seeing Pong a failure, they had to go back to the drawing board. They had a concept of wanting to combine VR and the internet, and after shuffling through many ideas for games, they realized the most they were able to create were some mini games, including a rhythm VR game. They simply didn't have the tech skills or time to go any further. This was not going to work. With time ticking and only 1 month until the final showcase, under extreme pressure, Yago came upon a
Wait. He didn't... This demo didn't come... Wait, hold on. I know what this demo is. I'm pretty sure I know what this demo is. It didn't come together in a fucking month, did it?
discovery. This was the time when Kizuna Ai was blowing up on the internet, and combine that with the success of Hatsune Miku, Yago thought VTubers could be the future. They came upon a final unique creation, a service that would allow you to use VR to control an avatar live. The day of the final showcase came, and things were not looking so bright at first. They showcased a VR live streaming tool, an anime avatar that could move based on motion tracking of a real person.
Wait, is this like beta Sora? I've actually, okay, this is not the demo I thought it was. This is like beta Tokino Sora. What the fuck?
Most investors saw this as a niche gimmick that would never become mainstream or widespread.
Never.
But by some miracle, near the end, they found a few people fascinated with the tech and saw a future. As a result, Yago and Fukuda secured funding, mainly from Mizuho Capital and TLM, 30 million yen. This was the beginning of what Cover is known for. VTuber live streaming. Behind the scenes, the cogs were turning elsewhere. While the anime avatar, Tokino Soda, was in development, they needed to find a person to actually, well, play the anime girl and stream. At the time, there was an employee at Cover, a familiar person we today know as E-chan. E-chan had a very close friend that seemed to fit the bill and formally helped her and Yago meet. After agreements, it was settled. The show was about to begin. On September 7th, 2017, Tokino Soda...
We have finally arrived. look, I'm surprised by how well her first stream did. 13 viewers in your first stream is actually pretty solid.
Debuted on Nico Nico and YouTube. And it wasn't exactly a pretty start. Like most YouTubers, you don't start out big. Sora's first live stream infamously only had 13 live viewers. The 13 people Hololive fans now call the 13 Knights. But that's besides the point. Sora's debut was underwhelming to say the least, and since there were still very few staff behind the scenes, A-chan was the only person in charge of supporting Sora, from video editing to all the technical support in this new technology. However, the first glimmer of hope came very quickly. 3 months later, in December, Cover Corp decided to try out this streaming platform called 17 Live. This was a platform mainly used in Asia for in-real-life idol performances and such, with features such as digital gifting, very similar to what we now know as super chatting. Yago wanted to see if a virtual idol could stand out and catch attention on this app. And what do you know?
Currently 11 people watching Brody on Twitch. Yeah, look, people don't watch the game streams, but I still do them anyway because I enjoy playing some games and chatting shit.
They reached a genuinely insane 20,000 concurrent viewers for a tiny nobody at the time. Yago states that this was the moment. He was sure he could make this work. He knew VTubers truly had a future. Yago had shown the world a whole new niche, and it was time for expansion. Throughout the next year, Cover focused on further developing the Hololive app. Originally, it was developed to mainly use AR features, overlaying the 3D character onto the user's environment via the phone.
God, what a stupid idea. Okay.
Camera, and letting users watch their girl perform right there in front of them. But over time, they realized that simply focusing on the facial motion tracking would be better. In April 2018, AR features were removed, and the motion tracking was all done in the Hololive app. What this meant was, you would no longer need complex studio setups to do motion tracking. All you need is an iPhone and voila, 2D girls streaming from home. They had the technology.
I do love the fact that Cover was originally the pinnacle of VTubing tech. And now you look at modern Hololive models, and they are nowhere near the top. Hololive dropped the ball so hard, maybe 3 or so years ago. Like, you don't even have none of the girls are using modern iPhone tracking, right? Like, none of their models are set up to use modern iPhone tracking. Like, they are so far behind the tech curve, even though they were the ones that started it.
So why limit it to just Sora, with the tech in place?
Oh, and then you have all of the fun lighting tech that people are doing as well. None of that stuff is being used in Hololive.
Cover announced open auditions for new VTuber talent, and the talents grew generation by generation. First gen, second gen, Hololive gamers to focus on video games over idol stuff, and so on. The miracle here too was YouTube announcing the super chat function at the perfect timing in 2017, letting VTubers and Cover fully utilize this for profits and expanding their business. By 2019, Hololive was rapidly expanding with many gens, and Yago finally decided to gather all their gens and name them under the umbrella brand Hololive Productions, a name we are most familiar with today. And so, Yago's dream was born.
我々はどちらかというと AKB さん。
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's very similar to AKB.
And so, Yago's dream was born.
我々はどちらかというと AKB さんのような。
これちょっと自分の足の匂いは嗅いでみましょう。
Many of Yago's life dreams were achieved. This was not one of them. But as if growth wasn't already good, 2020 was where the Golden Goose app, the Golden Girls, shined. Again, by pure coincidence, COVID struck, meaning everyone had to stay at home, lonely, and spending way more time on the internet. This meant many more people discovering VTubers. It definitely helped that these anime girls weren't acting like your generic kawaii girl or waifu, but just genuine
that I think was the big shift that happened in VTubing. The Golden Goons. That was the big shift that happened in VTubing. The dropping of the idol character. Because, yes, that appeals to idol fans. But that's like when you drop the idol character, what you end up creating is these characters that people want to simp for because they think if they give them money, they're gonna date them. But like, you let their actual personalities come out, and you you create this big range of characters. So people who, you know, like more cutesy stuff, they go here, cool stuff here, fucking schizo psycho stuff, you go what, Suisei or or Hachava. But like, rather than having everyone try to conform to like the one idol character, you branch out and cover every single niche.
Streamers doing batshit insane stuff. Very clip-worthy stuff. Through clips, particularly those translated to English, Hololive spread like crazy to not only the Japanese audience, but to an international audience. It had become a whole new niche on the internet, a cultural phenomenon. Cover got funds after funds. The VTuber culture quite literally encouraged fans to throw money at their favorite girl, leaving Cover drowning in money. And many of the VTubers were becoming really big, almost to the point of being mainstream. I mean, several reached 1 million subs. And when the first generation...
We've got to be clear on who the first one was. This is very important to the history of Hololive.
Of Hololive English released, their debut was insane. All of them blowing up with 6-digit concurrent viewers and 6-digit subs immediately. Particularly Gargura, rushing to be one of the fastest growing creators ever, period. Amassing 1 million subs in 43...
The first member of Hololive to hit 1 million. I don't remember who was in second place. There was someone else that was like very close, and then Goober just like shot way past. It wasn't. Who was it? It wasn't Fubuki. I do not remember who it was that was like super close, and then she just took the reins.
Days. How far Cover had come, and Yago must be thrilled. To this very day, Cover Corp remains to be very successful, dominating the VTuber field. The company Cover Corp has successfully become a worldwide entertainment network, having collabs with huge companies, an anime girl's face on Times Square, American Hololive Baseball Night.
Twice.
Who the hell could have imagined a lolly VTuber on the big screen of a baseball game? Members of Hololive have had countless TV appearances on national TV, a big performance at Budokan, and fame on the level of mainstream J-pop celebrities. The company even managed to go public in 2023 on the Tokyo Stock Exchange growth market. That group of 2 men with a dream has now become a gigamoth of a company with nearly 700 employees. On the tech side of things, the facial motion tracking has improved exponentially over the years, and the 3D models
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't use those words to talk about Hololive face tracking. Let's be real here. Let's be real. Hololive is nowhere near the top of face tracking. All of the big indie VTubers, all of them have better face tracking at this point. All of them have better model rigging. Maybe their 3D lives, sure, I'll give you, but like, their live 2Ds, no, Hololive is nowhere near the top anymore.
Occasions such as big concerts are crazy high quality. This is probably partially due to Cover using 2.7 billion yen to build a massive 3D motion capture studio, spanning an area of over 10 tennis courts. It looks insane. Amongst all this growth, there is one man that led the company through fire and hell. The CEO, Yago. Now, Cover and Hololive aren't without its controversies, but out of all...
Yeah, that was a controversy.
All the big VTuber agencies, it is one of the only ones that still has a pretty good reputation. Its competitors, let's just say they've had their fair share of dumpster fires. The reason? Yago. There's a reason fans call him best girl. He personally consoled the talents when they needed him. He treats them like humans. He gets memed by them, and somehow was the poster boy model for promoting their merch. Mind you, he's the CEO. You try treating your CEO like that. We'll see how that ends.
Fishman gets treated pretty badly as well. Fishman gets treated real badly.
He just seems like such a chill guy, and both the fans and the HoloLive talents alike love him. This is truly what I believe to be the core of why HoloLive and Cover Corp prevailed. Yago
the guy who runs a FaZe Connect
cared, and he still cares. The past fiscal year, Cover Corp just announced a revenue of 43 billion yen. Forbes Japan recognized Yago's success by ranking him third on its Japan Entrepreneur Ranking 2023. Today, Yago stands at the top of the mountain. A mountain literally created by him. Yago's dream is dead? No. Yago's dream is this. Special thanks to Vicente Pagani and all my other patrons and members for supporting the channel.
It's Red Joker. Need I say more? That was a good video. I like Red Joker videos because there's nothing I have to really criticize. Like I can add some context to stuff. But like I don't have to like argue with anything. We just chillin' for the most part. Actually, one thing I was curious about checking out. So, Lost Soul Aside came out, and it's apparently not very good. It's got a lot of performance issues, and yeah, the game's been remade from the ground up, and we have a Gamers Joint video here, sort of looking at those changes, looking at that development, and the thing that we kind of got. I wanted to play this game when it came out. I do not want to play the game now that it is out. Performance issues, okay, so all modern games. Well, also, they remade the game, and it just looks worse than it did 9 years ago. Which also doesn't help.
9 years after its initial reveal in 2016, Lost Soul Aside releases in 2025. Going back to that original trailer is really interesting now that we have the final version. There are a ton of key differences, and clearly a lot of change.
Yeah, a lot of that trailer is like vertical slice. The problem is there are fights you can directly compare between the original version and now, which makes the comparisons even worse. Like, there are boss fights that were in the original trailer that are in the game now, and, yeah. New version of the game that looks and runs slightly worse.
Changes were made to the game. Much like Final Fantasy Versus 13, the original vision for what Lost Soul Aside was supposed to be was never actually realized. Unfortunately, this is the result of a project restart back in 2020, along with lack of experience and over-aiming with ambitious goals for the budget that was allocated for the game. And although director Yang Bing did join forces with Sony back in 2017 to form Ulti-Zero Games, a proper
modern games equals mandatory poor performance. Hey! Silk Song runs well. Also, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 runs well. We have two games. We have two games. Two games that run well.
Studio that would help develop Lost Soul Aside. By 2019,
Kingdom Come.
the team size was only around about 20 people, relatively quite small. The 2016 iteration of the game, though, is really interesting because basically all of the contents are no longer present within this final version. Keeping in mind, though, that at this stage, the game had only been in development for 2 years and was being developed only
look how cool
by
this
Yang
is.
Bing. one person. Personally though, I think that's what made Lost Soul Aside so damn impressive when it first hit the internet, and also why this project went so viral, eventually leading to Sony taking notice. For 2 years of work though, it looked like Yang Bing had made some great progress with this game, although the trailer does feature a lot of locations that are honestly quite empty and barren. It was clear that the game was still very much in the early stages of development. The sheer amount of locations, environments, and set pieces that appear throughout the 5-minute runtime of this trailer is a really impressive feat, but furthermore,
indie studios have less programmers who are usually also more talented, so it's easy to coordinate what to optimize. I don't necessarily think indie programmers are more talented. I think not having the overhead of management telling you what to do leads to a game where you can actually get more done, right? Like if you're not in meetings 3 hours every day, you're gonna have more time to do things. If you want to make changes and you don't have to go through 3 layers of management, right? Like there's a lot of overhead that comes with a big organization. Also, if you're working at a AAA company, you don't really get to make these really sweeping changes, right? If management wants to do something a certain way, even if you say this is shit, if management says this is how we're doing it, you gotta make shit, right?
to know that all of these environments were scrapped for the game that we have today. None of these environments appear within the final build. Wide open grassy plains, mountainous locations with floating islands off in the distance, castle-like ruins, cavernous waterways, foggy forests, a desert region, a jungle rainforest, modern city streets, and even an earthreal looking forest with
just delete everything. That was cool.
While some of the locations in the final build are clear evolutions of what's seen here in this trailer, basically all of them were scrapped in 2020. There's also a few points throughout this trailer that clearly show that Lost Soul Aside at points was going for an open world setup. As we know, the level design of the final game is very much linear, and personally so I think it should be if it is trying to be more of an action-orientated hack-and-slash title. But here we can clearly see Kaiser using a scan mechanic to scan the environment to uncover points of interest. Arena's wing transformation was also going to be a proper controllable flight mechanic as well. In the final game, these are only ever used in cutscenes, but here in this build, you can actually use them to traverse the environment to even...
I do wonder how much of this game was bad management from the creator and how much of it was publisher oversight. I am very curious. I would love to hear a full development breakdown of how this game went.
Fly up onto the floating islands. In this screenshot, you can even see a point of interest located off in the distance. While the core gameplay of Lost Soul Aside has always remained to be the same, being a hack-and-slash action RPG, Kaiser's moveset and combos here in this version are quite a bit different compared to the final build. In this footage, Kaiser is only using the sword, as I'm assuming Yang Bing at this stage in development hadn't created weapon switching or multiple other weapons. I also want to say that it almost comes across as the gameplay that is on offer here within this very early build of Lost Soul Aside seems like it is a lot more punchy and provides a bit more impact to the feedback of actually attacking things.
Things are weightier.
What we have right now with the final version.
That looks so fucking cool.
This is something that the Lost Soul Aside devs are currently working on to improve. They've already applied a patch that actually helps to make the combat system feel a little bit better. One thing though that is very apparent is the attack VFX are insanely over the top. They are everywhere and they are super distracting. This is something that really toned back on. You'll notice on the left of the screen there is a combo counter which can commonly be found in character action hack and slash games. The last time this was seen was in the 2017 build of the game. However, there was going to be
look at how cool it looked in 2017. Look, if this is
in character action hack and slash games, if
this is the game we got,
time this was seen was in the 2007
Like, that's so
build
fucking
of the game.
cool!
However, there was going to be a Devil May Cry style meter system that can be seen within the 2023 China Joy demo. The better you perform in combat without taking a hit, the higher your style meter increases. And this system was actually attached to the Burst Pursuit ability. So I'm assuming that the higher your style meter was, the stronger Burst Pursuit would be by pressing R2. It's really strange that they decided to remove this, considering that
Silksong had plenty of time to get good performance polishing. Silksong really threw the house by the window was with the price. Or in all honesty, I was expecting to be at least $40 or higher. Do you know what? I love the fact that you see these indie devs outing, basically just outing themselves. You have this situation where Silksong came along and made Team Cherry came along, made an amazing fucking game, and you have some of these devs who are like, this means that we have to change the price of our game. They released it without telling us. Like, if you're not confident in your game, hey, it sucks to suck. If you can't compete in the market, make a better game. Look, if you're that worried about Silksong, that sounds like a skill issue. Frankly, right? Like, I know that's maybe not a nice thing to hear, but you are making a game for like an audience. You are making a product, and if your product can't compete in the market, you're not going to sell. No matter what the price is, no one's going to buy it.
the 2023 build is actually quite recent, and it looks like this is going to be a core part of the combat system. We can also see a very different looking heads-up display. We've got 3 gauges here, with the bottom one being Kaiser's HP bar. I'm not too sure what this middle gauge is, but the top one here can be seen depleting when Kaiser is using the wings. There's this diamond and
maybe that's an
triangle
experience
icon
meter.
with EX written over the top, which may have been used to activate a sort of burst or special mode ability. And we can see that level 1 is
there is a patch for Silksong that's just come out that is nerfing some of the bosses, so you know. And look, if people want to mod the game to be easier, it's a single player game. I think you're ruining the game by doing so, but I don't care. If you want to ruin the game, you're allowed to ruin the game. It's a single player game.
Maybe insinuating that there would have been a proper leveling system for this iteration of the game, rather than the skill point system we have now. Looking at how the minimap has north and south written on it probably goes back to the fact that this game was originally going to be an open world title. Quite often throughout this footage, the minimap does show very large, wide open spaces of playable area. A slightly improved version of the same HUD can then be seen again in the following year in 2017 within the PlayStation experience footage. Something that's very apparent within the 2016 and 2017 build is violence and gore. The Voidrax here would actually bleed, and there were some attacks that you could pull off that would both dismember and decapitate. If you were to take damage, there'd also be this blood splat effect that would splat onto the screen. Also, the Voidrax that we're seeing here do look a little bit different compared to the ones we've got in the final version. Something that has remained though since the very beginning is the Victor fight and just the character of Victor, although the fight itself is happening in a totally different location here, and that the actual mechanics and moveset of the fight itself is also quite a bit different too. It seems that Yang Bing has always had this character in mind as a sort of semi-what antagonist role temporarily since Lost Solicide's inception. It also looks like Yang Bing was planning on incorporating the in-gameplay boss fight cinematics, much like what we see in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. I also noticed within this gameplay too that there is a regular looking block. None of that really bizarre block system that we have in the final game with the arena ring that goes around Kaiser. Kaiser just simply raises his sword up to block, which I would have much preferred.
That's way better.
A little bit rough here, as does a lot of the gameplay, as it's so early on. This is very much a prototype of the game, but still, what I would do to just have a regular block. This character right here could very well be the very first
I can't see the character.
version of
rendered
Arabon.
weirdly.
Of course, he received a complete redesign. There is not one character in the game that even resembles.
How did you
this dude
render it
right
badly
here.
twice?
Miranda's English voice actor, and potentially even his entire.
Oh god, the English voice acting in this game is something.
Vibe totally changed in the final build compared to what we see here within the 2016 version.
Now that Arabon and his Voidrax forces are gone, there's no reason for me to stay.
The dream began. Well, it's time to...
That's what the fuck?
So those are the bulk of differences that were at least made public of the original vision of this game. As I mentioned, a great deal of this was scrapped in 2020.
Let me show you the let me show you the scene that everyone's memeing on in this game. Here we go. Enjoy.
If you don't pay on time, you need to be taught a lesson.
Also notice the stuttering in the cutscene.
You peasants!
You alright?
Kaiser.
Stand back. I've got this.
Stop. The stutter, man. Oh my god.
Kaiser!
How do you have stutters in a cutscene?
Project was restarted, entirely taking out the open world aspect of this game.
Sometimes it feels like American voice acting in Asian material, like anime and video games, is mandatory and canonically awful. I've watched videos about this before. A lot of it comes down to the fact that a lot of voice directors in America are looking for cinema-style voice acting. They aren't looking for characters, they're looking for realism. Now, they missed the mark on realism by doing so, but they're not looking for what would fit in an anime-ish role.
Well, it isn't explained within the Bilibili information that's been posted online covering Lost Soul Aside's development history, the reason why Yangbing made this drastic...
And if you want a prime example of how to do it well, look at Expedition 33. Like, you can complain about Expedition 33 being UE5 and having some UE5 performance issues and UE5 weird rendering issues. No one talks shit about the voice acting in the game, though.
Decision was likely because of, one, inexperience for his team at the time, considering a lot of them were either mobile game developers or people who were taking on apprenticeships, meaning that they...
Kiryu was better in the older games, and then they did the Yongye Kiryu, and it was very bad. Ren has... I think Ren played Like a Dragon in English. I don't play any Japanese games in English. I'm just not going to do that. Why would I do that?
Were learning
Except
how
Kingdom
to
Hearts.
develop whilst working on the game itself.
Just
but
because
also
of
Sony
I played as a kid
PlayStation's
in
funding.
English.
The Bilibili information reports that the development budget...
Also, Kingdom Hearts has good English voice acting because it's a Disney game, and Disney's always had good Disney-ish voice acting.
Of Lost Soul Aside was about 20% of Black Myth Wukong's budget and about half of Stellar Blade's. It's reported that Black Myth Wukong's
We love
budget
Stellar
was
Blade.
somewhere around 42 million US, and Stellar Blades was around
Stellar
about
Blade is a
30
god-tier
million
game.
US. So from that, we can assume that Lost Soul Aside's likely came in around the 15 to 20 million mark. So there's a pretty good chance that in 2020, Yangbing thought to himself, the scope that the team is trying to aim for in regards to that original vision production, and the fact that there is a clear lack of experience is just simply not going to be possible with the budget that's currently allocated. This is why Lost Soul Aside definitely comes across as a game that's not quite AAA, but also isn't AA. It is this really weird mix in between. It's incredibly important to know though that Sony are the ones that set the price on this title, as they are the publishers. And the fact that this game did release in most regions around the world with a AAA price tag of $60 is likely because Sony wants
Let's go to SteamDB and see how many people played the game. If this game was $40, I think people would be less bothered by it. They wouldn't be happy, but I think they would be less bothered. On Steam, it peaked at 3,000. So I would assume the game's maybe sold... I don't know, maybe sold 15,000 at most? Maybe? And this is a game that probably cost, like, 15 million to make, so... yeah. They didn't make their money back.
To be able to try and recoup a portion of the money that was lent to Yangbing and Ulti-Zero Games. However, it wasn't just a complete restart back in 2020, but Yangbing and Ulti-Zero faced quite a few road bumps from 2020 through until release now in 2025. This would include some big changes and revisions.
Can we go back, can we stop developing subsurface scattering and other stuff no one wants and go back to $20 per game? Games back on the PS2 were still like $60. However, we also had AAA games that were of a lower tier. So like not every $60 wasn't the standard price. You had like you have with indie games, you actually had a range of pricing with AAA games as well. But the issue is, yeah, a lot of devs focus on shit that no one cares about. They focus on the fancy effects before they focus on the game itself.
To Lost Soul Aside's story script in early 2024. This came at the request of Sony in order to keep fans engaged, as originally the game was going to have 10 story chapters, with the final version here now only having 5. Although from Sony's point of view, they thought that with this many chapters, there might be a loss of engagement and attention from the player. Honestly speaking, now knowing this could be one of the major reasons why I think that the story is one of the weakest aspects of this game. Because clearly...
Wait, so Sony cut the story in half, and they're like, yeah, just make it work. I don't know how, just do it.
Had a much bigger story to tell if it was going to span over 10 chapters. Who knows though, it may have been a situation where the story was dragging and it was better told within 5. Back in 2021 through until early 2023, most of China was still in lockdown. Because everyone was forced to work from home, this meant that overall progress on the game had slowed down significantly.
Right, so okay, it was also a COVID game. That makes a lot of sense as well.
Significantly, keeping in mind that around this point there were only 30 people working at Ulti-Zero Games. Unfortunately though, during this time, a lot of the team members ended up leaving Ulti-Zero to move on to bigger studios. It was even a situation that occurred last year where the studio's planner was leaking internal information about the project, along with giving false information, along with getting involved in online drama within Chinese forums. It's reported that Yangbing struggled to get this person fired, and it was only after the public had caught wind of this issue that Sony allowed him to actually make the call to remove her from the studio. Suffice to say, Yangbing has gone through some insane trials and tribulations.
Was this person fucking a manager?
Finally arrive here in 2025 with the complete
What the fuck
product.
can you fire her?
Although it isn't the original vision that he had in mind back in 2014 when he first started working by himself on Lost Soul Aside, I think the game still ended up being quite a fun time. There are some very clear issues, as I explained within my review, but the game's only been out for just over a week at this stage, and this relatively small team has already pumped out a great optimization and enhancement patch, and they'll continue to do so. Even if this game didn't manage to quite hit the mark and meet the expectations that so many had for it, Yangbing's journey of getting to where he is now is one of pure inspiration. But at least from what we know, it absolutely did not come easy. To be really honest, when you look at the final product of Lost Soul Aside, knowing the size of this development team, then comparing it to a game like Devil May Cry 5 from Capcom that had 250 people working on that, or something like Final Fantasy 15 that...
How many people worked on the game? Let's find the number. 40 employees. Okay. How many people does Sandfall have? Approximately 33. They had contractors, but I don't want to hear this. No, it's like, oh, Devil May Cry 5 had this many people. Final Fantasy 15 had this many people. Expedition 33 had less. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that, oh, they couldn't make an amazing game with 40 people. I don't care. I don't care. If Expedition 33 can do it, so can you.
And at the time had 1,500 people working on that. It is
Yeah,
actually
15's not a good
really
game.
impressive to see what Ulti Zero ended up coming out with, and also knowing the budget they had to work with. However, guys, that is a look back on the original vision of Lost Soul Aside and a bit on its development history. Hopefully this has been able to provide a little bit more insight towards the journey that this game has gone through. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yeah, a journey is one way to put it. A journey is certainly a phrase that you could use. No, I want my ADHD games like a billion features I didn't ask for. Yes! I need my flashing lights. How can I play a video game if there's not lights flashing every 3 seconds? That's impossible. I need to be able to not see anything happening on the screen. No, like, in all seriousness, though, I am sad this game didn't turn out to be what the dev wanted it to be, and this game didn't really do that well. Like, it honestly did look like a super cool game, and what we got was a game. We got a game, which, you know what, to be fair, we got a game. It didn't get cancelled. But maybe, yeah, maybe it didn't end up being... It didn't end up being a great game at the end of it. Yeah. It is what it is, though. It is what it is, right? Like, even if the game wasn't amazing, there are other games to play, right? There are plenty of games to play. Like right now, as I was saying earlier in the stream, I've been playing through Trails in the Sky. Trails in the Sky is amazing. I love this game so much. Played it for 8 hours. That was 8 hours in one sitting. Yeah. There's plenty of games to play, so if one game's bad, it doesn't matter that much. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world if one game sucks. I do want to check this one out. So this is about Nintendo's official emulators. So like the Virtual Console. And how the emulation sucks. Like really, really, really sucks. So much so that a lot of games don't allow the Wii Virtual Console because the emulation is so bad that it breaks speedrun categories. Like, it introduces new bugs that are not possible in a regular version of the game.
Has this ever happened to you? It's the year 2000 and you're on the development staff of a game called Animal Crossing.
Wow.
Your boss says, we want to be able to play NES games inside Animal Crossing. That would be really cool.
It would be.
You've been hired to make NES games run on the Nintendo 64. You need to learn how the CPU works, how the picture processing unit works, and also how the audio processing unit works. For both consoles. And then, 25 years after you figured it all out, someone on the internet made an accuracy test ROM and then ran it in your NES emulator and gave you a list of 115 things you did wrong. Has that ever
Only
happened to
115?
you?
Wow,
Well, as
that's
it
pretty
turns
good.
out, that did happen, and it all began when an interesting thought entered my mind. The Wii Virtual Console is banned from several speedrun categories on speedrun.com. Why is that? And instead of awkwardly asking the moderation staff why that is, I did what a normal person would do and wrote 15,000 lines of fully commented assembly.
Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, that's one way to approach it.
The code I wrote will test 125 things you might be doing wrong with your NES emulator. Did I say 125? I meant 780, because these tests all have multiple error codes to narrow down specifically what your emulator does wrong. Without further delay, allow me to introduce my accuracy test ROM.
Jesus Christ!
Link to the GitHub in the description. This is an in-ROM cartridge, specifically testing for behavior present in the most common revision of the CPU and PPU chips. Attention. If you or a loved one are developing a NES emulator, you may want to consider running my test ROM on it. Decades of old and in some cases entirely incorrect accuracy test ROMs may have put the accuracy of your emulator at risk. In this video, I'll showcase what Nintendo's
I do like the cockiness. It's like, yeah, no, everyone else fucking sucks. I'm the only one who wrote a good test ROM.
Get wrong, and if applicable, how that affects speedruns performed on them. Let's go! To my knowledge, the earliest released official NES emulator is inside Excitebike 64. By completing the tutorial, you unlock the ability to play the NES game inside the N64 game. Whoa.
That's cool.
And through the power of computer science, I was able to run my accuracy test ROM on this emulator. Now, unfortunately, I think this emulator is hard-coded to use the pattern data for Excitebike despite my best efforts, so it looks like this, which is not ideal. Before we start talking about the results, let's understand what we're looking at here. This ROM has 20 pages of text.
Who don't like cockiness? I like me a good cocky. Give me a second. Look. It's... Oi. 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 Look. It's my cocky. I showed you my cocky. Please respond.
Tests, and each test is just checking for some specific behavior of the Nintendo Entertainment System. For example, let's look at ROM is not writable, as that's a pretty easy test to understand. Suppose you wanted to verify that read-only memory is not writable. The best way to go about doing this is to have a specific address on the ROM with a known value, attempt to write there, and then read from that address after the attempted write. If the value is different after writing there, then the test has failed.
Pretty simple.
And to run my test on my ROM, you can simply move the cursor over that test and press the A button. Before we see the results of every test, let's take a look at what we're testing for. We've got some amusing CPU behavior, some edge cases surrounding address wraparound, 9 pages dedicated to the unofficial opcodes, interesting interrupt behavior, interesting DMA behavior, audio chip behavior, power on state, some picture processing unit edge cases, precise frame timing, sprite evaluation, this really obscure PPU behavior, and some more CPU stuff that relies on a lot of properly emulated edge cases, which are difficult to verify. And now, let's see how Excitebike 64 does on these tests. Here are the results of every test in a table. The columns are the 20 pages of my ROM, and the rows are just the index.
Now, the question is how much of this actually affects the emulation of Excitebike? Because I could very well imagine they just writ the emulator to be as basic as possible for Excitebike to work. Also, it could be the fact that the emulator is utter garbage and this is the worst way to play the game possible.
Into a page. This table can actually be generated by my ROM, but I had to do some Photoshop here. Not because I never figured out how to make this emulator use my ROM's graphics, rather it crashed in a lot of these tests. All the X's here are tests that crashed the emulator. Most of these crashes occur when running an unofficial instruction, but this emulator also crashed running the decimal flag test. I honestly don't know what could—
the 6502 CPU inside the NES has a flag called the decimal flag, which, if enabled, makes the ADC and SBC instructions perform the binary coded decimal mode. However, the NES uses a slightly modified 6502, where this flag actually doesn't do anything at all. The test verifies enabling the flag has no So, the test is supposed to verify that the flag doesn't work, and the flag crashes the emulator. Fucking incredible.
Could have gone wrong there. So anyway, this emulator passed 5 out of 125 tests.
Wow,
You
that's
might be
good.
thinking, wow, that's awful. But that's actually par for the course for an emulator made in the year 2000. Oh, and by the way, this emulator cannot run Super Mario Bros. Due to pushing the wrong value for the return address of JSR instructions, the concept of a jump table simply doesn't work on this emulator. So, let's give a final
Yeah, so it was written in a way where the game they want to emulate works, and nothing else. Who cares? They're not going to run anything else anyway. Minimal possible work. Now, when we're talking about the Wii Virtual Console, that should be better. We'll see about that.
evaluation for this emulator. First of all, considering this emulator is unable to play Super Mario Bros., I'm immediately giving this emulator a failing grade. Keep in mind, most of these tests are for edge case behavior, things that don't normally affect the gameplay of any first-party titles. Passing 5 tests out of 125 is an alarming score, but very few of these tests would actively prevent a first-party title from running. So in summary, it can run Excitebike just fine, but that is the extent of this emulator. But this was only the humble beginnings. Let's move on and talk about the emulator made for Animal Crossing. Though there's no official name for this emulator, the Animal Crossing disassembly refers to it as KSNES. This emulator was actually reused quite a bit. It was used in Metroid Prime, The Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, but the most notable reuse of this emulator is the Wii Virtual Console, shown here having the exact same results as KSNES.
10 is impressive. 10 is... Hey, look, at least most of them didn't crash the emulator. They just fail. So that's better. That's a lot better than the other one. It's not good, but it's better.
But also, the screen is darker. For some reason.
By the way, Brody, congrats on being noticed by Lafreniere Senpai. So Luke actually did follow me back during the LTT Linux challenge. We didn't interact back then, but he did follow me back then, so... Hey, I'm glad that people have found this video. It's really... I am happy that people with contacts at YouTube, especially Ludwig, who, you know, has actually had the YouTube CEO on his podcast, actually, you know, people that can hopefully get something done here, find something out.
In my opinion, the most important tests in this ROM for determining if an emulator is good enough for speedrunning are the frame timing tests. Imagine you're at a bus stop. At the end of every single frame, a bus arrives, except when the bus is under maintenance, which for this analogy will be the screen transition. If the maintenance takes too long, you need to wait an entire additional frame before the bus can arrive. You might not think of it this way, but when you enter World 1 Level 6, you are experiencing 11.95 frames of lag. But of course...
9.5? What the fuck is 11.95 frames?
Of course, if the maintenance ends in that 0.05 frame window, the bus can still arrive on the 12th frame. While most of this maintenance period is deterministic, some factors take up a variable amount of CPU cycles. The game wants to prepare the values on the HUD's scoreboard, as well as prepare the color palettes of Mario based on his power-up state, in what is easily the most poorly written subroutine in the entire game. By manipulating your score and power-up, you could cause just enough additional lag to cause the bus to miss. However, on an emulator with improper frame timing, this 0.05 frame window could be larger, resulting in no lag frame when one should be present. So you can see why failing these tests is a pretty big red flag. FCEUX, shown here failing these tests, was used to create the warpless task of Super Mario Bros.
So if you don't have that frame lag, you are able to get into the game slightly quicker. And a lot of these NES games, especially like Super Mario Bros. Is like frame perfect at this point. I know someone recently broke the world record. And wasn't it by like 1,000th of a second or something like that? It was some crazy number. Yeah, we are now 1/3 of a second off of absolute perfection. there is a third of a second of improvements that can be made to this game. That is how tight the timing is for Super Mario Bros. Like, people have tazzed the game out and know, like, exactly how fast you can fit, like, not even physically, you can do it. Like, the game will let you play.
However, inside World 3-1 on frame 17,407 of the task, due to improper frame timing, an edge case known as NMI suppression should have occurred, but did not. The result of which is, on actual hardware, a lag frame, but under these exact same conditions on the FCEUX emulator, the lag frame is not present, hence the ban from the speedrun leaderboards. In addition to...
Yeah, like most other games, right? Like, if we're talking, you know, a GTA 5 speedrun, right? Like, there are still minutes of windows between times. Seconds of windows. But when you're dealing with, like, tenths of a second, hundredth of a second of windows, you don't, like, you have to ban anything that's slightly off.
The frame timing, well, there's a lot wrong with this emulator, but most notable for speedruns is the lack of unofficial instructions. Speedruns featuring arbitrary code exploits, such as the any percent...
Okay, that's another thing. Yeah, if it's not gonna be... If you're gonna rely on glitches, you need it to be perfect, otherwise you're gonna be in a situation where some of the glitches cannot function because they're supposed to be running code on the console that is not supported by the emulator, or will be supported on the hardware.
Of Super Mario Bros. 3 involve executing code from RAM.
Right.
Since RAM is, in most cases, not easy to manipulate, there's a high probability of executing an unofficial instruction. By lacking the unofficial instructions, you could very easily run code that should crash the game, but instead does not. Alright, it's time to evaluate this emulator. Once again, we're looking at some alarming results. 10 out of 125 is still not great. That being said, it didn't crash running any of my tests, so I'm gonna give it some bonus points. I'm giving this emulator a C-. It's far from perfect, it has some weird quirks, but it runs pretty well. In 2004...
It's playable for normal gameplay.
Nintendo released the classic NES series for Game Boy Advance, which was a NES emulator for the Game Boy Advance. The first thing you'll notice is that the graphics are just... well...
Yeah.
Mario has seen better days.
Something, yeah.
Running my test ROM on this emulator is a bit of a mess. For the recording here, I modified the ROM so the tests that would have crashed the emulator simply return error code 0, which allows me to generate that table. And just look at it, all squished like that. That's great.
Wait, this is worse than the original one. Crunchy font, I assume this is because the resolution of the GBA and the NES do not line up properly. So you get whatever the fuck this is.
It passed 4 tests. Alright, the final evaluation. It does run Super Mario Bros., so it's not failing.
Well, yeah, because it was made to run it. That's all it's gonna run.
Wow, these results are rough. It crashes in 2 of my tests, and the ones that it passes are not particularly impressive. This is passing the tests.
Wait. It passes, ROM is not writable. Oh, what a great one to pass. Absolute indexed wraparound. Okay, yeah, none of these are crazy tests.
The passes are not particularly impressive. This is passing, but barely. D.
Wow.
But in 2011, the Nintendo 3DS hit store shelves, and with it came the Nintendo 3DS.
I hear a lot of people love the 3DS Virtual Console. I don't know if the 3DS Virtual Console is a good Virtual Console, though. I think people like... I assume people like it because of the games it had, not necessarily because of the quality of the emulation. But I don't know. Maybe it's amazing. Could be.
That's a Virtual Console. Scoring 17 out of 125, this appears to be Nintendo's...
Still crashes 2 of the fucking tests, though.
...best emulator yet. It does crash on a few tests, though, so let's talk about that. The unofficial instructions are an interesting case. Though they still act as no-op instructions, leaving our registers or RAM unaffected, they do have the correct number of operands, which is a step up from all the previous emulators. And what I found to be most surprising is that the unofficial LAX and SAX instructions are fully implemented. Well, except for LAX absolute with offset X, which is incorrectly emulated as it doesn't affect the A register. And though the ISC instructions are behaving like no-ops as well, for some mystery reason, ISC absolute with offset Y doesn't have the correct number of operands. And both zero-page forms of ISC...
This feels like someone was trying to implement it properly, and then the manager was like, yo, we have other shit to do, and they just never finished it. This has to be an engineer who wanted to do it properly and was not allowed to finish it. There's no other way you get random shit that's not even official instructions.
Crashed the entire 3DS. But what's really interesting is that this emulator appears to have two different modes. There's the NES mode, you know, that runs NES games, and then there's the Game Boy mode that can also run NES games. What? And I cannot stress this enough, but the NES exclusive mode is the only one that crashes running these opcodes.
What?
I don't know. The final evaluation for this emulator. I'm giving some partial credit for the half-implemented unofficial instructions. This emulator is pretty much in the same area as the Animal Crossing emulator. It runs a lot of NES games quite well, despite the issues it has with many edge cases. It actually fails a few that the Animal Crossing emulator got right, but I am going to score it higher simply because it at least tries with the unofficial instructions. Slightly. I'm giving this one a C. And then, in 2013, the Wii U Virtual Console arrived, and they made a brand new NES emulator. With a decade worth of potential improvements, how well does the Wii U Virtual Console do on these tests?
4.
9 out of 125.
How did it get
That's
worse?
Worse than the Wii Virtual Console. I'll be honest, with this emulator, I don't have much to say. This one scores a C-, right there with the Wii VC. And then, 3 years later, we saw the release of the NES Classic Edition.
Isn't this running... I heard it was running just like one of the open source emulators. That's what I remember hearing. I don't know if that's correct. And if it is, it probably works better than everything they've ever made.
Edition. A mini NES bundled with 30 NES games. I don't mean to shatter the illusion, but this is actually just a Linux computer running an emulator.
Right.
Alright, how'd they do this time?
Yeah, because they didn't write it. Oh, that's amazing. Incredible. How to make a good emulator. Get somebody in the open source space to do it, and then, I don't know, fucking DMCA them. Right? Like, if this... Okay. The only reason they DMCA'd Yuzu is because of the Switch 2. If they weren't going to make the Switch 2 and instead made a different console and then sold Switch emulation on that, they would have waited until that came out, stole the emulator, and then DMCA'd it.
Oh. I just want to remind you what these results have looked like for the entirety of this video up until now. 5, 10, 4, 17, 9, 94. Allow me to remove any and all sarcasm from the script here, because this is better than most NES emulators I found on the internet. By a lot. Yes, this is better than FCEUX. This is better than Nestopia. This is tied with Nintendulator. Of all the NES emulators I found online, including the one I created...
Of course he made his own emulator, yeah.
Only 4 of them scored better than this.
Yo, how's it going?
By the way, Nintendo Switch Online has the exact same results, so I'm inclined to believe it's the exact same emulator. See, part of the fun with making this video was the genuine shock of seeing these results. This emulator passes some obscure tests. They got dummy read and write cycles in this. They got some obscure controller clocking behavior. They got proper interrupt polling. They've got interrupt hijacking in this emulator. The PPU data bus value decays. I cannot stress how cool that is. But wait, there's more. They passed every frame timing test I wrote. I feel like the effort and attention by Nintendo European Research and Development put into this emulator has been underappreciated. I just wanted to highlight the effort they put into this, before I highlight some things they got wrong. Despite the overwhelming effort put into accuracy, I was quite surprised to see they aren't even trying to emulate the CPU's open bus behavior. There are some DMC-DMA timing issues, a couple unofficial instructions are emulated incorrectly, and I actually made some discoveries with the APU frame counter while making this ROM, so it's not too surprising that that behavior I discovered isn't emulated. But overall, the tests this emulator fails are mostly minor ones. So, let's evaluate this emulator. This is easily an A. maybe an A- for not trying with OpenBus.
Mm-hmm.
It goes without saying, I mean, did you even see that bar graph, that this is by far Nintendo's most accurate NES emulator.
Twitch chat scuffed? Oh.
But just out of...
let me fix that then. There we go. Now it should be working.
Curiosity. Let's see how every emulator made by Nintendo compares to every emulator I found on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Compares to every emulator I found on the internet.
Some of these have to be ancient emulators, surely. My first emulator does better than so many of the official Nintendo ones and a bunch of random other ones. This is great.
On a slight tangent, there's been a lot of talk about FPGAs lately, which are kind of like emulators but with custom hardware. As of this video, the Super Mario Bros. Any percent world record was performed on a Mr. FPGA, which might bring up questions surrounding the validity. Here are the results for that and the error codes for the tests it fails. Trust me, none of these would affect the gameplay of Super Mario Bros., so the Mr. FPGA is perfectly fine for RTA speedruns. And with all this info about emulators, incredibly obscure behavior that can only occur in custom code, and a myriad of issues that don't have any impact at all on the speedrunning scene, you might ask, okay, well who cares? Oh, you mean to tell me this emulator isn't implementing the backdrop colors for sprites should be mirrors of the backdrop colors for backgrounds? Whoa! That couldn't possibly have any effect on a speedrun, so it doesn't matter if an emulator correctly emulates that. Are you sure? I could create a tool-assisted speedrun that maliciously writes an accuracy test for some specific behavior in RAM, executes it, and then if it passes the test, crash the console, otherwise jump to the credits. This creates a situation where a less accurate emulator, incorrectly emulating even the nichest of edge cases, has an advantage over real hardware. So you can see why emulator accuracy is so important. You know, because I could do that. By the way, if you are making your own NES emulator...
That was fun. That was actually a fun one. We learned a little bit about emulation today. It feels like, considering how many NES emulators there are, it feels like NES emulator is kind of like the first emulator a lot of people interested in emulation end up writing. That would explain how so many exist. What is this? What have you sent me? Shut the fuck up. She didn't do another one. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Anyway. Yeah, this is a cool video. Yeah, emulation is cool. And NES emulation is one of the ones that is very, very well established, I guess. Now, why did you send me this? Why have you sent me this? How did I not hear about this? She did another one. I hate her. I'll keep rage baiting until they crash out. Okay, for anyone who's out of the loop. For anyone who's out of the loop, there was... No, okay, I want to see the original one. If we look up Skibbity Senator. Skibbity Senator. Yeah, so this is the original one that I don't know why she did then. We're gonna rewatch this, just so we're on the same page here. It's gonna hurt, but we're gonna rewatch it.
To address an Today I rise to address an oft-forgotten
Enjoy.
segment of our society. I speak of Generation Z, who will be playing a substantial role in the next election, and Generation Alpha, who will start to come of age the election after. It is for this reason that I shall now render the remainder of my statement using language they're familiar with.
Let me just double check how old she is. Just Fatima Payman. How old is she? She's 30, by the way. She is 30. So what she is basically the youngest millennial. And honestly, this gives extreme millennial energy.
To the Sigmas of Australia, I say that this goofy air government have been capping, not just now but for a long time. A few of you may remember when they said there'll be no phantom tax under the government I lead. They're capaholics. They're also yapaholics. They yap non-stop about how their cost of living measures are changing lives for all Australians. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. They tell us that they're locked in on improving the housing situation in this country. They must have brain rot from watching too much Kai Cenat and forgot about their plans to ban social media for kids under 14. If that becomes law, you can forgo skull emoji all
Forgore skull emoji, yep.
About watching Duke Dennis or catching a dub with the bros on Fort. Chat, is this Prime Minister serious?
Is she serious? Chat, tell me. What, chat, tell me why is she like this? This is a 30-year-old woman, by the way. Just so we're clear, this is a 30-year-old woman.
Even though he's the Prime Minister of Australia, sometimes it feels like he's the CEO of Ohio.
I like how she just that's my favorite part. That is my favorite part, that she forgets her line. This is how you know this is the this this is just some fucking boomer who thinks she's making some fun point.
I would be taking an L if I did not mention the ops who want to cut WA's GATS and services tax. The decision voters will be making in a few months' time will be between a mid-government, a dog-water opposition, or a crossbench that will mog both of them. Though some of you cannot yet vote,
GATS.
I hope when you do, it will be in a more goated Australia for a government with more aura.
The funny thing is, I could imagine people voting for her just because it's funny. Just because they want to hear more of this, because it's fucking cringe.
Skibbity.
I forgot about the ending. One day this will be considered Old English. Yes, it will. Now, following that, she has done another one. So I've not heard this one. This happened 8 days ago. It got 200k views, but somehow no one's talking about this one. I don't know why. Maybe it's not as funny. Or maybe it's just as painful. We'll find out. To
the Sigmas of Australia.
She's starting it like that again.
The goofier government is still capping. But is anyone surprised? When a risless, oralist, unk Prime Minister is running...
You are 30. You are the unk in this situation. You are 30.
...a show, a chopped government is what follows. It seems like every day they're asking, Twin, can I borrow $1? Twin? It's so performative. I'm surprised...
Pot calling the kettle black. Let's not use the word performative when you are doing... Do you know what this reminds me of? I will show you what this reminds me of. This is from the 2016 US election. It is actually just as cringe and just as performative. Hillary Clinton hot sauce.
No more questions? They said no, she has to go.
What's something that you always carry with you?
Hot sauce. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you getting information right now?
Hot sauce.
Hot sauce in my bag, swag?
Hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
Now listen, I
yes.
just want you to know, people are going to see this and say, okay, she's pandering to black people again.
Okay. Is it working?
This is the same energy. It is the same energy. I'm gonna pander to black people by having hot sauce. I'm gonna pander to Gen Z and Gen Alpha by being a fucking 30-year-old trying to talk like this.
There isn't a minister for Labubu's or a parliament.
Oh my
it's
fucking...
so performative. I'm surprised there isn't a minister for Labubu's or a parliamentary secretary for Dubai chocolate. One of the issues I've been
Oh my god, this is gonna age so badly. We're referencing Labubu and Dubai chocolate.
Speaking about lately is AI safety. Australia has the potential to be peak at implementing this technology safely, but at the moment, there's more AI slop than a Deloitte report. ICL, TSPMOSM, wilted rose emoji. Whenever the government talk about AI, they tell us the incredible productivity lift it offers. At Grok, is this true? Like...
This is even worse.
Speed doing a backflip, the attitude is girt, but only the dangerous part. Our government, like Tung 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 Sahur, needs to wield a big stick. To all the industry insiders who suggest that AI should be allowed to train on copyrighted material for free, I only have one thing to say. Sigh down. Some new gens think what I'm doing is click farming, but...
Yeah, it is actually. No, that is actually what you are doing. Like, that's actually what you are doing. You are pandering. This is the most blatant pandering on the planet, and you know what you're doing. Let's not pretend that you're doing anything else.
Doing is click farming, but I'll keep rage baiting until they crash out.
That's fair. Look, at least she's honest. At least she's honest that that's exactly what she's doing. It's like, how do I get attention? Just talk like a fucking moron.
Keep hope posting, keep mewing, and keep doing it your best, twin. Those who know. Oh, and 6-7.
Wait, I want to see their faces. I want to... No. Oh, hold up. Give me a second. I'll bring up the screenshot. Oh, that's the funniest part of all of it. Fuck the rest of it. No one cares about that. The old white women who are just... I don't... For once in my life, I will side with the old white women. The only time it's ever gonna happen. I think I resonate the most with her. She's just got her head down, it's like, oh, okay, right, we're dealing with this. She's just confused. This one, she understands. I feel like she has kids who are maybe 15. She's the only one here, I feel like, understanding what's being said. She doesn't know what's being said, but, like, she's heard some of these words before. And is just so confused why it's happening. Thank you for that. I never want this to happen again. Yeah, that was something. That was definitely something. Yeah. I don't know if we'll check out anything else today. How long was this one?
These are...
This is 9 minutes long. I think we'll check out this one. But I'll be back in just a second, and then we'll watch that. I hate you. I hate you so much. Anyway, now that that's over, let's check this out. We're just having the greatest time with the chair host. Yeah, I know the chair is your favorite channel host. Anyway, the PlayStation controller that no one wants.
These are two PS3 controllers.
They are.
They look the same, but in reality, one of these is considered Sony's worst controller in their lineup. And you only have to turn them 90 degrees to see why. That's right, we're talking about the PS3 6-axis controller today and why pretty much nobody wants it now, or even then. I remember when the PlayStation 3 was first coming out after the sticker shock of the century was put on stage.
The 60GB PlayStation...
Remember when 60 gigabytes was kind of large? What a time. $600 US, and this was in 2006? 2007? Something like that.
3 for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Sony spent a lot of time justifying the price point with different futuristic features the console would have.
Yeah, how well did that go?
One big part of this was the immersion factor from the controller itself.
I can move this controller in 6 degrees of freedom.
Wow, that's so cool.
As the entire input device.
I will say, when I originally saw this part of the show, it was an interesting concept. See, we were just coming.
Check DM relevant. Okay, what is this? What is relevant? Okay, I'll give you... Okay, let me open the link. Fine. Is the joke that we have SSDs now? Is that the joke? I just saw Miku titties, and that was enough reason to click on it.
Off a generation where a wired controller was standard with the PS2, and third-party wireless controllers just felt off. Now, we not only have a wireless controller, but it can control things.
I had a wireless controller on the PS2. I don't remember what the brand was. It was not great. Cosmic Beta on 25th September? Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is.
On screen without even pressing a button or moving a stick. It was that sense of next gen without just being about the graphical upgrade, which was just obvious going from the PS2 to the PS3. The naming of what was really just gyro controls was Sony's marketing machine at work. 6-axis, from what I can tell.
Oh my god, I forgot it had Mini B. What a shit port that is. I have Mini B on my camera, by the way.
To the 6 degrees of freedom with the 3 different axes. So not technically 6 axes. I do like the term 6-axis though, because spelled backwards, it's still 6-axis. That's at least a nice touch.
Sure.
Either way, gyro controls being baked into controllers is something that's still around today.
I love in the demo.
Either way, gyro control.
Look at how much lag there is.
Gyro control.
Turn. Plane still straight.
Controls being.
That's why it sucks.
Baked into controllers is something that's still around today, and in fact is preferred by many gamers in some cases like certain shooters. So
yeah,
this wasn't really the issue for the controller. Something else though was mentioned in this presentation.
Now this controller, in being Bluetooth, being wireless, is actually lighter than the analog controller shipped with PlayStation 2.
So Phil, how does it feel?
It feels incredibly intuitive, and I'm very excited not just for what this means for our game developers.
Really? 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 It feels intuitive, does it? Shut up! Shut up!
But I'm so excited about what this means for the consumer and for their experience of PlayStation 3. I think it's a fantastic innovation.
Yeah, he wasn't joking. This controller is incredibly light. Now, getting the weight of a controller in that sweet spot is probably one of the hardest.
Those sticks fucking suck. I've gone back and used the PS3 controller, and holy shit, the domed sticks were not good.
Parts to figure out when engineered.
Like, now that it's become standard for every single controller to have divots, going back to something like this, the PS5 controller has divots, the Xbox One controller has divots, my fucking 8-bit Do controller has divots. Going to something without divots, it's just, it just feels like you've gone back in time.
It. Think about all of the ideas you may have for different inputs or features, but only so many can be implemented before you go over a certain threshold and the controller becomes a fatigue-inducing mammoth. Make the controller too heavy and it could become uncomfortable to use in longer play sessions.
Nope, disagree. The PS5 controller is so much better than the PS3 controller. Having that extra weight, feeling like you're not gonna fucking snap it in half, that is a good thing. I do not understand people that like these fucking, like, 10-gram mice. It feels like I'm going to break it, and I do not want my controller or my mouse to feel like something I'm going to break.
In this case, though, Sony suffered from the opposite. The controller was just too light. If you want a quick weight comparison for some context here, the 6-axis controller weighs in at just 1.
I like light peripherals, I play it. No, there's a difference between light and too light, right? If we are talking, let's see, world's lightest mouse. Mice like this. This thing is made of fucking carbon fiber. This is too much. How much does it weigh? 21 grams. 21 grams is just, like, you want that to be, you want it to feel like you are holding something that's not gonna just explode. I understand not wanting to use, like, a heavy mouse for gaming. Understandable. But there's a threshold where it becomes too much.
135 grams, which is the same weight as a Wii remote with 2 AA batteries installed. Only difference here is the remote was designed to be primarily held with one hand, so you could hold the nunchuck attachment with the other. This was it, though, for the PS3 launch controller. You were just using this and nothing else. Even the PS2 controller felt more sturdy than the new flagship controller that, by the way, was being paired with the enthusiast PS3 console at launch. The plastic was also pretty thin, and you can see parts of it are even somewhat translucent. This all came together to make a controller that just felt downright cheap. You could even say it felt like a toy, which is not the direction Sony was going in with their new console.
Too light, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a device that's gonna last. It feels like something that's just gonna break.
Coming off of the Xbox, GameCube, PS2 generation, consoles were really breaking into the mainstream.
Powered by Cell. What does Cell mean? Don't think about it.
The PS2 taking over. Thanks to its built-in DVD player, many people who hadn't owned a game console prior now had experience with a console, even if it was originally purchased just to watch movies. The PS3 continued this trend, baking in a Blu-ray player, making it a high-end media player at the time. It was just a massive contrast between the system.
The fucking balls. I wish tech companies had the balls to do this now. Actually include the direct specs of your competitor. Nowadays, what you'll see is like equivalent GPU from other manufacturer, blah, 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 blah. Here they're just like 360. We do better than the 360. They fucking suck. Buy our thing.
End controller, but turns out this wasn't Sony's intended design. See, in the mid-90s, Immersion filed patents for technology related to rumble motors that would be used for Microsoft and Sony's consoles later on. Nintendo really wasn't affected by any of this since their designs were based on patents that they hold. In 2002, Immersion sued both Microsoft and Sony for patent infringement, which Microsoft quickly settled and then bought their way out of by literally buying 10% of the Immersion company. Sony continued fighting this lawsuit, which turned out to be a mistake in the long run since they seemed to lose over and over again in the courts. It got so bad that Sony was unable to sell controllers with rumble motors leading up to the PS3 launch and decided to remove the feature from the 6-axis, citing the rumble motors would interfere with the motion detection.
Oh, I never had an original PS3 controller. They didn't have rumble motors. Yeah, no wonder they're so fucking light then. Yeah, that makes sense. They didn't have the spinning fucking brick inside. It would be pretty light.
Protection of the controller. My favorite quote has to be from Phil Harrison when he said, "I believe that the 6-axis controller offers game designers and developers far more opportunity for future innovation than Rumble ever did." Now, Rumble, I think, was the last generation feature. It's not the next generation feature. Anyway, as soon as the case was settled and Sony paid out over $100 million to Immersion, the DualShock 3 came out with both Rumble and Gyro. Phil Harrison, by the way, went on to help launch the Xbox One and then followed up that performance by heading the launch of Google Stadia.
This guy just shows up everywhere to ruin everything, doesn't he? Every single thing he's involved in is a fucking failure.
Good job, Phil. The 6-axis controller was really just that, a stopgap until the case was figured out with Immersion. Just a year and a half later, in 2008, once the DualShock 3 released, there was no point in getting a 6-axis controller. Oh, and a fun side note, at one point here later in the PS2's life, because of this situation, the DualShock 2 actually lost its rumble motors, and there are many people who are unaware of that, but if you have one of those rumble-less PS2 controllers, let me know down in the comments. Here's a 6-axis controller I did a full refurbishment on, mostly because I remember not liking the controller back when it came out, and I wanted to see if it was any different now, almost 20 years later. A lot of these controllers are absolutely destroyed in the used market. I really can't recommend taking one of these controllers apart as your first one. The PS3 controller in particular has some weird stuff going on inside that makes fitting it back together a challenge on its own. The pads, for example, on the top shoulder buttons get caught all the time when trying to close it up, and unless you get it just right, won't come together completely. Anyway, I changed out the worn thumbsticks and gave all the plastics a nice cleaning, and after getting it all back together, it turns out I still don't like it. It's not bad with the form factor necessarily, since it really is just a PS2 controller without the cord. Typical PlayStation D-pad and pressure-sensitive face buttons, dual analog sticks that do feel a bit loose compared to the PS2. The center PlayStation button syncs the controller with 4 red LEDs on the top. Also, despite the numbering, the PS3 actually supports syncing up to 7 controllers to a single...
Right, yes it does. But it's like, doesn't it? Yeah, it uses like 2 numbers. It's like a real weird system.
Console. The way they would account for player numbers above 4 is by lighting up numbers that added to that player number. So for example here, player 5 has both 1 and 4 lit up. There's a mini USB plug at the top.
How many games support 7 players? What PS3 games support 7 players? Bomberman. Okay, that's a that'll be fucking chaos. Pixel Junk Races, NBA 2K, FIFA Street, a lot of sports games, which make... What? How the fuck does that work? Buzz, that makes sense. That, you know, I could see this making sense. There's 21 games. It's two fucking rock bands?
Charging. Along with the 6-axis logo, the shoulder buttons are typical R1 and L1, but L2 and R2 were made into analog for the PS3. On the PS2, these were just single press buttons. Here, however, it can track travel. So, for example, a racing game can now track how much throttle you want to use. Unfortunately, these two buttons feel really bad to press down. I'd describe this as spongy, and it also doesn't help that the top of both curve down and away from your finger, so it's easy to lose your grip when pressing down fully. I guess the battery life is a plus here, since I don't remember having issues with it dying quickly, and in fact...
This is why on the PS5, there's like a lip on the end, so your fingers sort of fall into a gap rather than just sliding off the back of it.
Sony seems to estimate the 6-axis controller with 30 hours of playtime. You know, I think it's mostly the PS3 controller itself I'm not as fond of, but the 6-axis missing rumble and not even...
I'm so thankful we moved away from throttle acceleration away from face buttons. Oh, I am as well. And if you want to go back and play... if you want to go back and play the early Need for Speed games... If you install the input mods that like allow you to use modern controllers, all of them remap X to R2 or the right trigger. Because all of these games were face button, they were X to accelerate, and I think it was square to brake. And it's playable, it's just really not pleasant.
Placing it with some sort of weight inside of it.
Because here's the other thing. The face buttons on the PS2, they are analog buttons. They're not digital. So you actually can control throttle in all of the PS2 racing games. But it's a fucking nightmare to do, because how the hell do you control the amount of distance you press when the button is fully depressed in 5 millimeters? But all of the face button, pretty much all of the racing games support analog input because of that. So they managed to design, they had like a weird design oversight not making the triggers analog, but they made the face buttons analog. I don't know how this came about. I don't know why they designed it like this. But I am so happy they did, because so many PS2 racing games are still totally playable if you're happy to do a rebind.
Didn't help matters. The DualShock 3 certainly solved this problem and just felt like a better controller overall, but when compared to the previous generation with the PS2 controller and the next generation with the DualShock 4, I would say this is a weaker time for Sony's input devices out of the box. But hey, I guess it could have been worse. Sony could have gone to market with this thing. Anyway, let me know your thoughts on the PS3 controllers, especially if you were someone who bought the 6-axis when the PlayStation thoughts on the PS...
How would you even hold that thing? I don't... Like, even as an engineering sample, like, how did you design that?
PS3 controllers, especially if you were someone who bought the 6-axis when the PlayStation 3 first released. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Why does it look like the DWM logo? Like, I know it says SWM, but it looks like the DWM desktop logo. Like, really similar to it. That was a good video. PS3 is a weird console. It's a real weird console, but I am in some ways happy it existed. Just in some ways. God. Okay, we'll watch the 19-second video, sure. Am I challenging the sun? After this, we're gonna head out for the day.
But how did she get in? The door was open. She just can't be in for long.
Right. Am I challenging the sun? Oh, fuck, I am! What the fuck?
PS2 equals Vietnam flashbacks for devs who developed for that weird-ass architecture. Yeah, and then people made supercomputers out of it because it was a really powerful system. It was just... They designed a single-core CPU. I don't know what they were thinking. It was a weird thing to build for. To be fair, the PS2 was also weird to build for. It's just the PS2 sold so many fucking units that people worked out how to... They worked out how to build for it. Anyway. That's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we have more Skong. I am, very excited for that. But we will be a little tired because I do have a podcast in the morning before the stream. Stream will be at normal time. But I have a podcast before that. So I'll be up early. We'll see how that goes. Anyway. Until next time, enjoy the rest of the day. Actually, wait, how many... Let's find out. How many people are here? 15 people are here? You know what? We'll send you guys on a raid. Yes, I will... Here's what we'll do. I still need to bring Mikan on the show, but her and her friends are running a donation event right now. So I will send you guys over there. Keep in mind, the person who is streaming right now is not a Linux user, so don't go and talk about Linux in her chat, but she is Australian, so there is that. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. All that fun stuff. I am gonna go make some food. So, see you guys when the raid button starts. Later.